Alright. Hello fellow viewers and welcome to yet another edition of Wild Wednesday. And tonight we're gonna head towards Route 110. That's where we last went to. I'm very interested in getting some shinies that I couldn't yet catch on that route. Like the Minun and Dazzle mainly. So I saved here and let's just go south from Marvel City. Save in a patch of grass like this. But first let me, as always, introduce the team. This is the same Espeon that I use. I use that one as a synchronizer, meaning I get more possible shiny spreads. And I think, yeah, actually I can show this to you. If you look at the Pokéfinder tab, so the program with the dark background, click shiny star and square because I'll be using sweet scent outside. The delay is gonna be 261 and I'm already going to route 110. There we go. And I want, let's say I want a Dazzle. Hit generate, I don't get anything. So if I wouldn't use this Espeon or anything with the with an adamant nature and synchronized, then I would not be able to get a shiny Dazzle at all. But I have a synchronizer. So I click here on the synchronized tab, I click adamant. Hart is German for adamant. And there we go, I get a frame that gives me a shiny Dazzle, so I'd say that's the one I want to go for. It's on frame 15,308. It's gonna be a female, like most of my shinies in Emerald. That's great. Good luck, thank you darling, as always. So yeah, that is the Espeon. Then these two Smeargle that I use to catch Pokemon, as in they are not competitive in that way, they are only used for catching wild Pokemon. One with, I forgot, no, it's not Hyper Fang, it's Super Fang, just like the German Superzahn, that would translate to Super Fang, or Super Tooth, I guess. And that's just an HM slave, and that is the one that I use for the sweet scent. Like I said before, I'm gonna save in this patch of grass, and then hopefully I'll get lucky tonight and I hit the frames correctly. I really would like to have a shiny Dazzle. I don't have a shiny Minun yet, and as well, so yeah, this is a normal one, but I don't want that. So let's start. Last week's edition of Wild Wednesday was quite successful. Got a lot of shinies out of that one. So hopefully tonight's gonna be just as fruitful. So yeah, Dazzle and Minun aren't really considered to be great Pokemon, competitively speaking. But still, I'll try getting every single shiny that I somehow can get my hands on. Unfortunately, this weekend, I posted this in my community tab on my channel. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stream this weekend because I won't be, yeah, can't bring my desktop computer with me, can't stream. But starting on the weekend after that, on the 9th, then I'm gonna start doing the Safari Shiny RNG hunts. That's the Safari Sunday or Safari Saturday. Well, I should have said Saturday first since that comes first, but I'm gonna start with shiny Safari Saturday. And I'm gonna start with Area 1. Oh, excuse me. Why is that always happening? I don't have any voice cracks for the whole day, and then when I start streaming in the evening, they just pop up, even though, oh well, maybe it's just Murphy's Law, but yeah, as I was saying, I'm going to start with Area 1, and the shiny Pokemon that I will be able to get are on the thumbnail, so you know what we can get out of that. And the Safari Zone holds some interesting Pokemon in general that you can't really get anywhere else in the game. Or you would have to buy Pokemon Colosseum or XD or have them, own them, in order to trade these over. I have these games, but I don't need that, since I do have my RNG manipulation thing going for Emerald. I have never done so for XD and Colosseum. I know there are programs for that, and I guess if I could get into it. Not excluding that from any potential future streams, but as I said before, I've never done RNG manipulation with these games. But maybe in the future, who knows. I just know that Pokemon XD unfortunately shiny locks all of the shadow Pokemon that you get. Yeah, so that you can't really use, but you can shiny hunt the wild Pokemon that you can lure in with the Pokemon food, the Pokebait. I think it's called Pokesnack, but that's the name in German. And I've played Nintendo games for long enough in multiple languages to know that the translations aren't always one-to-one. Sometimes they can be a bit strange. Never encountered a shiny there as well. But you can also RNG these to be shiny. But as I said before, I've never done this, so maybe this is for something in the future, who knows. I would also like to RNG manipulate shinies in my leaf green. So let's see where that goes. Definitely enough content for several years. Right, did I hit the frame? No, that's a normal Gulpin or Schluppuck in German. Don't think I'll calibrate. Ooh, that felt smooth, but doesn't have to, I have to get this right twice, right? The initial reset, you have to time perfectly. You have to get it right at a 60th of a second. So that is basically what a speedrunner would call frame perfect input. And you have to do that twice. Granted, it's not as hard as, for example, if I would be speedrunning the original Super Mario Bros. Because you need to basically perform every single thing frame perfectly, and it's another thing than what I'm doing here, waiting for the timer to go off. Because some people, there is a discussion online whether or not this is hacking or cheating, and I disagree on both. I don't think this is hacking. I'm not hacking anything. This is not action replay or anything. I'm not using any external software. This is just me. I did figure out my secret ID. That is, normally you have I can still show this because the timer is at 168 seconds. So when you go on your trainer pass, you have a ID number, which is displayed here on the top. So my normal trainer ID is 57446, But that is my trainer ID, that's not my secret ID. And my secret ID I deduced mathematically by using Smogon's guide on RNG Manipulation in Emerald. By finding a legit shiny in that game. Because I did not want to start this save file over. This is my childhood save file from Emerald. So this save file is older than my nephew and my niece. Really very sentimental to me. So I did that. That's not hacking, is it? I mean, if I mathematically deduce something, that's not hacking. That's just me knowing how the game functions. I wouldn't... Hacking would be more like me using action replay or... I don't know, connecting it to a program that changes data. Okay, that is hacking. Me injecting the Lugia and the Ho-Oh and all these tools, some people might call that hacking, that's fair. But cheating is another question. I mean, RNG manipulating, I wouldn't call that cheating. For the same reason that it isn't hacking. You don't use anything, this is not an unfair advantage that you have. Everyone could do this if they just take the time. They have either a copy of Emerald or a Sapphire Ruby copy where the battery has run dry. Which, if you still have a genuine copy and you have never changed the battery, then that is guaranteed to be like that. Obviously, the cartridges are from the 2000s, so I'm not sure about the lifespan of the charge of these types of batteries, but usually it's 20 years max. And yeah, that is over now. They should all be dried up, unless you've changed it, of course. So everyone with a little bit of time on their hands and doing research could theoretically do the same with the programs Pokéfinder and Eontimer, all free, easy to download. Believe in the description of the stream, this video, there's also download links for the programs. If not, then I will add these, but yeah, not hacking as well. Okay, let's see if this input was the correct one. Nope, that's an oddish. Which, I mean, I could also get another shiny accidental oddish. Which I don't want, but already have one. But not saying no to any shinies. Right. Thought that last one was it. It felt so smooth. I felt like I hit the frame, but as you could see, no. So on Route 10 we have a lot of Pokemon. Poochyena, which I already have, I don't know, 6 of them as a shiny. Electrike, which I also already have, but wouldn't mind catching again. We have Gulpin, which I also have as a shiny, but why not a second one? Then there's Minun, that's one I really want. Wingull I could also get here. I managed to get a shiny Wingull last time I did the Wild Wednesday, so hopefully it will either be a Minun or a Plusle. Right now going for Plusle. Minun would be what frame? Okay, multiple, so either 15,170 or 15,324. So either these 2 frames could work for a shiny Minun, so it's always going to be adamant. Also thinking about, life has a lot of things that I need to do right now in life, but as for the streaming, would like to need to do that still. I have a Sapphire cartridge that has a dry battery, and I will also do the RNG manipulation there. But this time, the Ruby one and the Emerald one is they give me adamant shinies, which is all fine dandy, but I already have so many adamant shinies, and usually I am a I prefer special attackers. So I'm gonna try getting a modest, or at least a spread, a trainer ID and secret ID combination that yields modest or timid shinies. Same with, I have another Pokemon Ruby cartridge. So I have 2 Ruby cartridges and 2 Sapphire cartridges. But the thing is with the one Sapphire cartridge is that the eBay seller who sold it to me, he changed the battery, which I didn't want, but he thought he was doing me a favor. So, I mean, live battery abuse is possible with Sapphire and Ruby, but it's very annoying and tedious, and I would not recommend doing so at all. So I'm not gonna do that. I use that cartridge. I mean, kind of stupid for me now, but still, I use that cartridge to grow berries, because that's one problem you have when the battery has run dry on your game, is that time does not elapse anymore. So it's basically the date never changes, the time never changes. On my my Emerald, I only, when I try to evolve for example, a Eevee, I am only gonna get Espeon and never Umbreon, because it's always day on my Emerald cartridge. Not sure about my Ruby one, I haven't tested that one out yet. Should be easy to discern, because I need to go to the child kid bedroom in the game and check the clock. Because it's never gonna change the clock, so it's always gonna be either perpetually night or day. That's a normal Gulpin, which I don't want skewed, but yeah, you need this message to appear. Obviously, the text is going to be slightly different depending on the language. There's also another text that can appear saying the save file has corrupted, the previous save will be loaded. And that's one of the worst ones you can read. But usually I never experienced it being so that you can't access anymore. It just accesses the save you did before the previous save, so the save before the last save. Usually Generation 3 save files I find are very stable. If you corrupt them, they can still load the previous ones. If I'm not mistaken, they actually have 2 save slots. So it's the second to last one and the last one, so it has 2 different saves. If the most recent one gets corrupted, then it defaults to the next in line, which is good thinking. As in, the devs did a good thing in that regard. I do remember when Generation 1 or 2 games became corrupted, the save file was gone. Although that's, I mean, I wouldn't, don't take my word too much. That's just my personal. Yeah, it's personal anecdotes, so it's not the best kind of evidence, it's just what I experienced so far. If you've bought a fake copy, there's a lot of fake copies, fake reproductions circling around on eBay and Vinted. Be very careful with these. I mean, they are much cheaper, and I see why someone would want to buy these, because the original real cartridges go for ridiculous prices nowadays. So you'll be expected for a used Emerald cartridge, you'd be, I don't know, at least $70 you'd need to pay. And that's a lot of money, right? Obviously, so people tend to buy reproductions, or reproductions, clones, whatever you want to call them. There's one problem though, and I have to warn you, usually they don't work with Pokemon Colosseum and XD, so you sadly cannot use these games should you have them with these. But they should trade with normal copies, because I've done that and it works. So at least there's that. And should you have a fake copy, sometimes a text loads. The saved game can now be played, and that never comes up when you have a authentic copy. Or a authentic cartridge. So if that dialog box opens up before you before the loaded save games come, then you know you got a fake cartridge, unfortunately. But yeah, as I said before, they should trade normally. Not sure if you can mix statistics. That would be a very good question, actually. I have not tested that. I do have 2 reproduction cartridges that I could test. This would be interesting to see. Okay, let's see if this is the correct input, please. That's a normal Minun. Cute, but don't want it. But yeah, once I've done that with the Sapphire cartridge, my authentic one of course, then I can also finally hunt Kyogre, which is one of the best shinies ever. Obviously it's pink, so of course I'm gonna like it. Pretty quiet until today. Maybe 8 PM my time isn't the ideal time to stream. Although my analytics do show me that mostly because my my viewer base is mostly from the US. So streaming while it's day, when it's day for me, that would be not very ideal. Then when everyone in your audience is sleeping, or almost everyone, that yeah, obviously I don't have to explain why that isn't exactly ideal. But it's nice that you can check that now. I mean, I'm on YouTube since 2008. That's when I made my first account, but I'm actually on YouTube since for a longer time now. I think 2005 I've used it first. That was the year that it was created. So yeah, almost 20 years at this point. And back then, I mean, there's so many things that I miss about old YouTube that you guys, some of you have never seen. Like the 5-star system, I prefer that over the thumbs up and thumbs down. And many other features that went missing. I forgot the name, but I did mention it on stream once. You could make a chat room with a video playlist, and that was really nice. You could even change the background of your channel and all that. They can't that, unfortunately, as well. But yeah, it's still nice that they added these features, because back then it was not like that at all. You couldn't even really make money out of with your videos. Which, I mean, there was once a time where it was more... It was easier making excuse me, money on YouTube, but then the ad apocalypse happened. That's why, that's also a reason why so many have jumped ship, so to speak. But, I mean, can't really blame them for making the some monetization aspects harder. Just a shame that YouTubers that are bots that just spam AI generated content seem to be making the most money in general, and not people that put their time and effort and pour their heart into their own videos or streams or even shorts. That's unfortunate, but I don't see that trend reversing. I actually see that trend becoming worse and worse. If you've ever heard of dead internet theory, I think the internet will soon be completely overrun with bots, if it isn't already completely overrun with bots. And I'm not looking forward to it because it's already very annoying now. Let's see if this was the correct input. Italian lemon tea is pretty good. Not a shiny, not interested. For my personal life, still getting rejections no matter where I apply. Yeah, unfortunately, right now, in IT, speaking of AI, so many companies and CEOs, they think that they can replace us with AI, which I have to say, I'm not opposed to AI I'm not opposed to the idea of an AI in the vacuum. I'm not anti-AI because I think that, I don't know, Skynet is gonna happen or anything like that. No. I just think that the way we are using AI is not a ideal way. I would prefer if they used bots for very repetitive and annoying, boring tasks, maybe in bureaucracy, and not taking artists' jobs away, because I mean, I can see how that can help, being able to generate videos or images, but I mean, we haven't hit the singularity yet, and that is something that is somewhat annoying to me. I'm not a tech bro. I am let's say a futurist. Yeah, would be true. So benevolent AI that really would help us, I would have no problem with that. But with the way the system is going, they would prefer hiring an AI that programs the interface for whatever, and not a real person. And thing is, we humans have imagination, which AI still cannot properly emulate. It's very derivative still. To be fair, everything is somewhat derivative, but with AI you can actually pinpoint exactly how derivative it is. And yeah, it's a shame. And also they seem to have ridiculous standards. I don't know why you would have a job application where you are looking for a junior developer, and that junior position requires 5 years of experience. That's not a junior position. Junior means fresh out of college or university or high school, whatever. Someone who's new, and not whatever the heck they are trying to whatever they are looking for. I don't know. Ash Ketchum, who's 11 years old and has 20 years experience, probably a person like that. E24 Gaming Channel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? And thank you. Hopefully it will be as good as the last Wednesday stream, or even better. Who knows? I mean, we're still only half a hour into the stream. and I planned on streaming at least for 3 hours and 3.5 hours. So let's see what this will bring. And I also wanted to, what I wanted to address before, people say that we reach a singularity, but that's not the I don't think they really understand what the term singularity truly means, because a singularity is a point where we just cannot in any shape or form understand or rationalize or explain what the AI is doing. That it would be like well, hang on, I'll do this first. That would be like, I cannot teach a rat thermodynamics. It will never be able to understand thermodynamics or the math. It just can't, because the brain is not complicated enough. Because a human being can conceptualize or grasp concepts that you need a certain brain to be able to even be able to grasp these set concepts, and a rat just can't. Even though they're very intelligent, but I just can't teach a rat the 0th or the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd law of thermodynamics. It just can't. I can't. It fails at the point that I cannot properly communicate with a rat. So. Can't do RNG when I'm sleepy and miss so many frames. Yeah, I mean, with a bit of training and experience, usually that fades away. Do you like Generation 4 or 5 RNG? Yeah, I will do that as well in the future. I'm just gonna go and do a fund me thing for the... I'm gonna need to get a capture card for a DS, or a 3DS in this case, and I don't have that yet. It costs like 300 euros, and once I get monetized I will do that, and hopefully in the future I will start with Generation 4 and then Generation 5 as well. So yeah, these are definitely planned. And Generation 4 RNG is much better to get to use if you want Shinies that have good IVs. Because Generation 3 isn't really cut out for that, due to the way the programming works and how Pokemon are generated. And also due to the fact that with Generation 4 and 5 you have the RNG is based on the time of the device, the handheld that you're using. And obviously you can always change the time and the date of your DS or 3DS. So you can manipulate the RNG with that as well. You just need to find a certain date and a certain time where you get set shiny, and then you're set. So that way you can get shinies easier with excellent IVs. Obviously it's not gonna be that much important if you transfer them up to the new generation games, because you can bottle cap any IVs that you want to be perfect. It's the silver bottle cap, so there's also that to consider. And also, should I get monetized or just right now? I have a Patreon, I have a Subscribe Star, and I also have a Buy Me a Coffee. And should you or anyone else give me even $1, then I will allow you to pick any of the shinies or any Pokemon that you see in my streams, and I will clone it, and you will get it. Then you will be able to have one of my RNG manipulated shinies. Any of them. Could be the shiny Rayquaza in the luxury ball. That is always a very good flex to use online. You can transfer them because they are completely legit. So that's also something you can consider. And now I've really went far in another direction with the discussion here. Was about to explain the singularity argument and why I don't think that we have reached that state yet. Basically what I'm saying is if the AI reaches a point where it can do math that we aren't intelligent enough to understand, then yes, then we have reached a singularity, but we haven't yet. It's a bit too early to say that. I know that some get excited for new technology, and it's always super fun to imagine all the things that we could do, all the good things, but fortunately I see it being abused for, or used for not so good reasons, and now artists are struggling. I thought automated bots or AI would help us with tedious things, not the things we like to do, like art, hobbies. I mean, that is somewhat of a dystopian twist. I didn't really see that coming. Have to be honest with you. Gen 3 RNG is so different. Yeah, it's not. It is definitely different from Generation 4 and 5 RNG. Obviously, the action replay. What the heck am I saying? The GBA does not have a internal date or time system, so the RNG cannot use these to generate pseudo-random numbers. They're never really random. RNG is technically, if you really want to be the nerd in a party who says, well, actually, then yeah, it's not truly random. That's why it's actually pseudo-random. But I mean, if you want it truly random, then you would need to use something like a radioactive decaying atom, where you can actually not, or it would be somewhat impossible to predict when the next decay is gonna happen. But obviously you don't want that kind of element in your game. You don't want a radioactive game. Also same for computers. If you really want random numbers, you'd need something like the cosmic radiation, or like I said before, a beta decay, so any radioactive decay. And yeah, because you don't have an internal date or time system, it cannot use that. So what it does is it relies on the battery that is inside every cartridge, but the battery here has run dry, so it can only generate the same frames and the same PIDs over and over again. Which is good if you want Shinies, because then you can set up Eontimer and time it completely correctly that you get Shiny basically every single time. Also nice on RNG, you have infinite tries, essentially. Definitely worth it if you still have your childhood copy lying around. Or if you got lucky and you managed to snag a pre-owned authentic cartridge. I would highly suggest you to, if there's no save file on it, or a save file that you don't care about, that you would RNG manipulate a good trainer ID and secret ID combination, then you get good Shinies. Who doesn't want good Shinies, right? Can only recommend that. And if you do have a save file on it and you don't want to delete it, just like that was just the case with my Emerald one here. Didn't want to delete that, so I had to do it the long and hard way of finding a legit shiny and then raising it to level 100 and deducing from its stats. Hey there, Shiny Rayquaza, welcome back to the stream, how you doing? Hey there, Ace Artemis, number 423. Welcome to the stream. You just appeared like the perfect time. Here's a shiny puzzle. Wonderful. So, if I remember correctly, the puzzle does not have any self-damaging moves. Actually, somewhat disappointing almost. It looks a lot like the original Pokemon, doesn't it? But still, it's a shiny, why not? Okay, so she's sleeping now, that's good. I need to weaken it. Another shiny when yeah, exactly. You're like my you're like a I don't know what it is, but keep coming to my stream, Shiny Rayquaza. You just do it. You are like a lucky charm. I appreciate it. I do think the repeat ball looks best. Wait, it's a shiny puzzle? Doesn't look like it? Yeah, I know, but it is definitely a shiny puzzle. And got it. Nice. I can prove it. See, the numbers are yellow. That's how you know, but I can actually... You can show it like this. I'm not German, no, I'm from Luxembourg. Yeah, the text is German because the cartridge is German. In Luxembourg, either you have the choice of playing the game in French, in German, or in English. There we go. See? It is a shiny, definitely. My Ruby cartridge is in French, which also is no problem. I'm fluent in both languages. Fluent in German, fluent in French. So I have absolutely no problem with playing the games. I've also played Fire Red in Italian. Oh, no, you are absolutely not rude at all, no worries. I mean, I would also ask, once I found a streamer and his game was in Italian, and I couldn't really make out his accent, and I asked, "Are you Italian?" And he said yes. Could have been maybe not someone Italian, but maybe fluent in Italian, who knows. So, no, not rude at all. Right, so let's try Minun now. I did save. Right, let's just save again because I'm paranoid. Save paranoia is it's a debilitating gamer illness. Alright. Let's do this. Dang, you're better at me than languages. I mean, I can tell I'm a polyglot, right? That means I speak a lot of languages. So I'm fluent in I speak Luxembourgish, that's my mother tongue. Then German, French, English, that's 4 languages. Then I know some Japanese and some simple Italian. That's the languages that I speak. I can guess most accents. If I will only, you sound similar to a Swedish person I've met before. Would make sense. Swedish is, after all, is from the Germanic language tree. People usually have a very hard time guessing my accent. They can't settle whether it's French. I've gotten French. I've gotten German. Some people thought it was Russian, which I can't really. I don't think I have a Russian accent at all. I mean, I don't even speak Russian. Yeah, I do get the wildest guesses at what my accent is. If you didn't save 5 times after shiny, then you didn't save, or so I hear. Yeah. Just be absolutely sure that you save. But like getting any shiny at all is much better than anything I've gotten in Pokemon. I've never seen a shiny before. I mean, I've been playing the series since I was basically a toddler when it came out in 1998. And I seen the first shiny that I encountered was in 2007. So that's quite a few, like almost a decade later, and I really played the Pokemon games a lot. Obviously, I got the shiny Gyarados at the Lake of Rage in Generation 2, but that one is programmed to always be shiny. So that doesn't count. At least I do think it doesn't really count. That is technically my first shiny, but that's technically everyone's or almost everyone's first shiny. But yeah, getting a shiny it's pretty rare. I have known people who have also been playing the games for decades at this point, and they've never encountered a shiny. And the best shiny charm? Yeah. A living shiny charm. What I've never gotten naturally by myself was Pokeros. I got Pokeros because a childhood friend of my brother had a Pokemon with that got Pokeros, and I traded that over, and that's how I got it. But I've never actually encountered Pokeros naturally because it's even rarer than getting a shiny Pokemon. I like to think that I've given up all my shiny luck to every other Pokemon player on the planet. Well, it depends. What are you hunting for and in what game? I mean, if you're hunting in the old games before the Masuda method, then good luck. That's pretty hard. Depends. Do you like prefer breeding? Are you looking for shinies in the wild? Are you looking for shinies in Generation 3? Generation 4? In Generation 6 in the X and Y games you have horde battles, which can cut at least some time out of the hunts. Or you do the exact same thing that I'm doing here, RNG Manipulation, then you get them very quickly. Okay, what? That's a normal Minun, unfortunately. Right, gonna go for a quick bathroom break. The tea was a bit too delicious. Then I'll be right back. Enjoy the intro in the meantime. I'm back, and yikes, you know when you have little micro cuts or tears on your fingers once you disinfect them. Then you feel every single one, every single paper cut. I don't really hunt for them. Honestly, I don't know what's the best way to do it. Depends on the game. In the old games, there's like a few methods in Generation 2. It depends on what game you have, right? If you're playing the original Silver, Gold, and Crystal, I would suggest catching a Ditto and letting it breed with the shiny Gyarados at the Lake of Rage that you get. Because in these games, the way the shininess is calculated is based on the IVs, not the PID, or personality value that you see here. So shinies are always going to have a certain IV range. And in Generation 2, that means that since the parents, they inherit some IVs, or the child inherits the IVs from the parents, your odds of getting a shiny are drastically improved. So the odds could be up to 1 in 64 eggs. So that would be how I would try getting a shiny in that game. You can also look up what Gyarados is a certain egg group, so you can check what you can breed with the Gyarados. Make sure it's male, so you can pick other females that can breed with the shiny Gyarados, so you can get as many shiny babies as you could. And in Generation 3, honestly, the best way is just brute force, which sucks. Unless you're using RNG manipulation, like I am here. Generation 4, there's the Masuda method, which is named after one of the programmers, Masuda. He programmed it in, that's why. That's when you breed 2 Pokemon that are from different regions. So if you would get a Pokemon from me, from this game, it would be German. And if your Pokemon game is in English, then that would activate the Masuda method if you bred it with one of your Pokemon. Or a Japanese one, depends. Just Pokemon from a different region. And I don't mean Kanto or Yoto or anything like that, but region as in a German with a French one, or Italian with a Korean one. And that's a normal Gulpin, don't want that. Do it again. I had a thorn stuck in my palm overnight, ouch. And didn't notice until like 11 AM the next day. Is it okay though? I hope it's not infected or anything. I'm gonna take a shower. Good luck till I'm back. Okay, enjoy your shower and hopefully that won't be infected because thorns. Oh yikes. Your pain tolerance seems to be much higher than mine, but to be fair, that's very easy. I don't know how breeding works. I know there's a different egg group and all, but I only have Pokemon Moon, Pokemon Fire Red, which I don't like playing compared to the others I have. Let's go Eevee. Right, Pokemon Moon is actually, you can look up shiny chaining as well, where the wild Pokemon calls for help, and if you keep the chain going and you keep one alive, and it keeps every single or almost every turn it keeps asking for help, then if the battle continues longer, then the odds of getting a shiny will improve. So that is a way of getting a shiny in Pokemon Moon. Let's go Eevee. Actually, that's just basically running around, and I mean you can see the shinies beforehand in the overworld, so there's also people hunting shinies like that. Same in Violet and Legends Arceus, or Arceus, sorry, it's not supposed to be Arceus, but in Pokemon Battle Revolution back then they said Arceus and that just stuck. But that contains a bad word in British English, so they changed it, I guess. But to be fair, Ace Artemis, the best shinies are those that you don't expect. Or you just do it the old-fashioned way of, for example, with a legendary, you save in front of you check if it's shiny, and if not, you soft reset. And you try it over and over again. That it's somewhat tedious and it takes a long time, but at one point you should get a shiny. It's just a test on how patient you are. But of course you run the risk of failing the shiny, which is not as much of a problem when you RNG because you have as many tries as you like, but with shinies like these, if you soft reset and it's over, then you gotta do the thing all over again, and the odds are not too great. If you have the shiny charm, then it's much easier, but you'd need to have the Pokédex complete. I don't know if you have it completed, but I would suggest doing so in Pokemon Moon. Fire Red can actually be RNG'd as well. The YouTuber I'm a Blizzy has a great tutorial on how RNG works on Fire Red and Leaf Green. Yeah, it's the long grinding that I hate about that stuff, which is probably why I've never gotten one. I did it as well. I also don't like the hard on long grinding with that. I totally agree with you, Ace Artemis. It is tedious. That's why I'm doing RNG now. I have done it this way before. I got several shiny legendaries in Ultra Moon that way. But it just takes such a long time, and RNG manipulation just cuts so many hours out of your hunts. And it requires more skill. It's not just, oh, you need to do this over and over and over again. You need to understand how the PIDs are generated. It's more technical, and you need to hit the frame. It's more knowledge is involved, more skill is involved. That's why I prefer doing the RNG manipulation. But I'm not a puritanist or someone who thinks that because I use this that it's better for some reason. It's not. Just do it the way you like to, and all is good. No, I'd be lucky to even beat the champion with how bad I'm actually at playing the game. So you haven't beaten the champion in Moon? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, with all things considered, there's still the Master Ball that you usually get in the story progression. Which I would actually, as someone who is playing who has played Pokemon for over 20 years at this point, let me tell you this: it's more intelligent saving a Master Ball for a random shiny that you risk failing than for a legendary Pokemon, because with legendary Pokemon you can save beforehand and you can kind of do training, do a test run, and if it fails, do it over again. And a unplanned shiny, I mean, it's unplanned, so you're usually not prepared to face a shiny like that. It's actually better using the Master Ball on that. At least that's the opinion of someone who has been playing the game since 1998. Only once in Moon I got to Elite 4. My third is Let's Go Eevee, and I have beaten the champion in Sword. Forgot to mention that one. Oh yeah, in Sword and Shield there's also the Masuda method. And sometimes they did raids where the shiny chance or the odds were elevated. But, I mean, I know how it feels when you fail one like that. Unfortunately, you only get one shot catching the Dynamax raid Pokemon. So, do keep that in mind. Still working to beat Violet in Legends Arceus. I said it again, Arceus. The Italian side of my brain just sees the C followed by an E, and then it just automatically goes to S as the pronunciation, I guess. Some shinies are also very hard to spot, like the Puzzle here. I mean, you barely see the difference because it doesn't really change much. So, when you're playing a game, for example, like Let's Go Eevee or Violet and Legends Arceus, there we go again, Legends of Arceus, then you should play the game with the sound on, because you should hear, if you hear the shiny sparkle sound effect, then I would really look around and see if maybe you have overlooked a shiny, because some are just literally almost impossible to tell apart. For example, shiny Persian. Just Google Persian, the Pokemon, and then the shiny one, and then, I mean, if it just was walking there, could you tell the difference? I couldn't. And, I mean, I basically grew up with Pokemon. I know millions of players who just know every Pokemon stat and probabilities and everything, meanwhile only use attacking moves and rarely grind properly. I mean, yeah, you don't need to be fully into the game. And I'm not gatekeeping at all. I actually hate that when people do that. But I'm sure that one day you'll get a shiny in any of these games. I think the easiest for you would be on Pokemon Moon, using the like the wild Pokemon chain thing. You can try it with low, like early mons, like the first routes that you see in Pokemon Moon. They have a very low level, so you don't need a strong Pokemon. So, did you get into Pokemon lately? If so, welcome to the fandom. And don't let anyone gatekeep you because you're new. Really don't like gatekeeping anyway. Just don't understand what the purpose is. It's a game with virtual creatures that you put in your pocket. Why would you gatekeep something like that? And not everyone wants to play the games like everyone else. Some like to rush through them. Some like to go and take things smoothly. I always I never spread run the games. I prefer looking through all the routes, look what's there, immerse myself within the experience. So I'm not someone who wants to go through the game as quickly as possible. Some people play it over and over again and they keep erasing the save file. There's just so many ways of playing Pokemon. For a few years, I see my first was either Fire Red or Moon. Interesting, because Moon Generation 7 and Fire Red was still Generation 3. You don't like Fire Red though, you said. May I know why? Is it just a bit not your style, not your taste? If it's a real genuine cartridge that you got, then congratulations, because they tend to become harder and harder to get for an okay price at least. Also, every behind on the community doesn't matter. I mean, don't let anyone shame you in that. I mean, it's not important to survival knowing every single Pokemon fact. Everyone is all over Vaporeon. Oh, you have no, you don't want to know. It's a stupid meme, a very creepy meme. Trust me, you don't want to know. It's just something. It's a meme. I'm not saying more, and don't even know if I can fully explain it here, since YouTube is kind of strict of what you're allowed to say. I'm just going to say it in a very scientific way. Someone posted a meme about the fact, I say that, I don't mean it, but they think that Vaporeon would be the most compatible to a human being in terms of copulation. That's what it is. And yeah, I find that to be very creepy, obviously. I don't understand all this EV or IV stuff. EV is for, that's an effort value. So if I defeat a Pikachu, I get 1 speed EV, and a stat can have up to 252 EVs. And the maximum EVs you can have in general for Pokemon is 510. And in competitive, this becomes important. If you don't play competitive, then you might as well ignore it. It's also what vitamins give. And IVs are the genes of the Pokemon. A Pokemon with 31 IVs in HP. So IVs range from 0, which is the worst, to 31, which is the best. And a Pokemon with 31 IVs in HP is always going to have much better HP, or a higher value in HP than another Pokemon with a IV stat of, I don't know, anything below 30. You can change EVs, you can't change IVs, except if you use bottle caps in Generation 7, so in Moon. Then you can make an IV max, but it's not genetic then, and it cannot pass on the perfect IV to the offspring. That's basically what these 2 stats are. Find it hard because I can't memorize the type chart on a whim. Just stop playing in favor of Sword and Let's Go, since Sword had super effective next to the moves. Yeah, I think, if I remember it correctly, that started with Generation 7. I think Sun and Moon were the first games that showed you whether or not something is super effective. And I have to be honest, sometimes it isn't as intuitive, I have to say that. Some resistances can be tricky to remember. And Let's Go because I like Eevee so much more. My skill level. Yeah, Eevee is a fan favorite. I prefer Eevee over Pikachu as well. Unfortunately, in the original Pokemon Yellow, your rival gets the Eevee and you get the Pikachu. I would much rather have a Eevee. I also really like Vaporeon, not for these creepy reasons the internet has, but because I really like water Pokemon. I like the water type, one of my favorite types, or close. I also like, I think I should do a countdown on that. Why not? Top 9 evolutions. I mean, there's only 9, right? I really like Sylveon as well. And Espeon. Basically, I like, so Eevee and its evolutions are just generally very nice Pokemon. Even if you want to call them that, normies know them and really like them. I've known random women that really didn't have anything to do with Pokemon tell me, oh yeah, that's a evolution, isn't it? I love these. I mean, they are very dog or cat-like. So, I can also understand the appeal they have. Eevee is your favorite Pokemon? Yeah, that's... Eevee is cute. Would love to... looks just so fluffy, especially the mane part, I guess. It's not really a mane like a lion, but just has floof where the chin starts, and just looks so fluffy. Be nice to pet one, but I mean Eevees aren't real, so it's brown like my hair and eyes. That reminds me of the first season of the anime where there's a boy with brown hair and brown eyes, and he has an Eevee. It's cute and has cool lore with unstable DNA. Yeah, Eevee is... I mean, it's so fun also, just the fact that you can... Any fan can design a fan-made evolution that Game Freak hasn't done before. That's also super fun. Because the concept is easy to... It's just a cat or dog-like creature and an element. Oh, shiny! I mean, not the shiny that I want, but I'm not complaining. Okay, so... let's switch it up. Yeah, the neck floof is... that must be so great. I don't know if you know, but there are cat breeds as well that have this kind of neck floof. For example, Persian cats or Maine Coon cats have that, and it just feels so amazing touching that. So I imagine the Eevee would feel the same. Yeah, that's a cool shiny. I mean, I already have one, but I'm not fleeing from a shiny like that. Gonna try a dive ball. And it worked! Great! Second shiny! Alright, went to the PC. Save again. Would like to have a miner now. But let's see. That's the point of Wild Wednesday. Sometimes I get shinies that I don't expect because there's so many. I have to hit the frame 15,070. But oh, oops! Didn't mean to press A on that, but no problem. As you can see, if I click generate and I don't specify the Pokemon in this program, there's like so many frames in the 15,000 range that give me a shiny. So I must have hit one of the frames that gave me the shiny Electrike. Actually, let's check. I think I hit this one. I was 8 frames late then. Sometimes that happens. Let's see if this time I'll get the Minen. So can get a Minen at 15,170 and another one at 15,324. But I did hit the exact plausible frame before. I think I'll leave this route today with the shiny Minen as well. And then actually we can change routes and try to get a shiny somewhere else. There's still some shinies that I haven't got yet. Electrike is so adorable, yeah. Little electricity doggo. Very good. Wonder if they are petable. I'm also wondering. Always the same. I mean... electric type Pokemon... Actually, not just electric types. If you really think about it, I know this might sound not weird coming from a Pokemon fan who has played the games for over 20 years, but I'm somewhat glad that Pokemon aren't real, because imagine you'd have random psychic type Pokemon just running around in the wild, and if you just piss them off a slightly tiny, itsy little bit, they just think about something and then your innards are spaghetti. That would be so terrifying. Now to think that a random little cat, like a Litten, imagine finding a stray cat with an attitude that can also burn down your house. Slightly more dangerous than a actual real kitten that you find. I mean, that one can only scratch you and maybe destroy some furniture. Or maybe transfer fleas or parasites, but it cannot burn down your house or ignite anything. Yeah, real life Pokemon would be very scary. I don't think... Would humans survive in that world? Maybe not without the help of the God, Lord and Savior Arceus. To be fair, then I think the Pokeball technology would also be real, but... Yeah, any psychic Pokemon could just tear your limbs off by just thinking about it, and that is a scary thought. That's why I have a Gardevoir. They look really nice and they can protect me with Eevee as well. Yeah, Gardevoirs are also, I mean, the lore behind it, so to speak. They are very loyal and they would protect their trainer at any cost. I also like Gardevoir. I mean, Psychic is my favorite type, actually. Even though I just said how terrifying they would be to face in real life. If they would be real, but I really like the Psychic type. It's often tied to space, which, I mean, as an amateur astronomer, that's also a plus. Okay, let's see. Hopefully this is the correct input. Would like to change the route, but I do want a... oh, that's a normal Wingull. Do want that Minun though. What route could I go to after the Minun? I guess I could go underwater. Because there's some shinies that I haven't gotten yet. Let's see. So that would be surfing with encounter, and then underwater route 124. With the synchronizer, what would I get? A lot. But yeah, a shiny Clamperl, I already have multiple. Shiny Chimchar, I don't have. That would be very interesting to get. And shiny Relicanth, I don't have either. That would also, I would love to have one like that. So I think, yeah, let's head to route 124 later. Should I get the Minun here, I'll go there and try my best getting these shinies. More of a ghost fan myself. I love horror and leaves room for so many potential type combos and designs. But I think I'd have a Mimikyu too, that's my second favorite. Yeah, Mimikyu, it's just so sad that the lore behind it, that it wants to be appreciated. I think in the Pokemon world I would be like I am in the real world. I just find befriending animals is just much more, it's just so much easier than befriending humans. I don't know why some people call me crazy or for this, or they say that is nonsense, but that is just my experience. I mean, I've befriended wild crows, and you can achieve that by being nice to them, feeding them. I gave them edible table scraps, like meats that I couldn't, I don't want to throw. Like, sometimes when you cook meat, you have some parts that are a bit hard to chew, and they have a lot of fat on them, or like tissue that isn't really that good or tasty. But I mean, if you eat meat, I do know that an animal has died for my consumption, and with meat, I do not want to throw anything away. That just feels so wrong. I don't want the animal to have died in vain. So before we cook the meat, we cut out these parts, because crows are able to eat raw meat. I mean, they are scavengers, they eat dead animals in the wild, that's just what they like. And I've fed that to them, I laid it out for them, and now, I mean, I go everywhere I go in close to where I live, in Luxembourg, or some parts even in France and in Germany. They recognize me, and it's really sweet and funny. I can't sew, but I make Mimikyu as many costumes as they want. That's cute. Yeah, I would love to see that. Animals are easier to befriend than people sometimes. I think they're always easier to befriend, but maybe that's just me. Hey there, human name. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Till now I've gotten a shiny Plusle and a shiny Electrike, which I didn't plan on getting. Right now I'm looking for a shiny Minun, and should I get that, I will switch to route 124 and try for shiny Relicanth and shiny Chimchar. Back in the Fairy Islands? Ah, did you... Ah, yeah, you left them, didn't you? And now you're back. I do remember reading something like that. Great to be back home again, I guess. One day I'm gonna visit these islands. When I have a job and a stable income. Okay, that's not what I want. Okay, starting from, I mean, I'll hunt the minen for a while now, but should it be in 40 minutes, should I not get the shiny minen, I'll go to road 124 or 126 because I really want that shiny relicanth. Just looks so good. If you guys see it, you know what I mean. It's just beautiful. I can just imagine my Mimikyu sitting on my head with Eevee in my arms and Gardevoir besides me. Yeah, that is just nice to think about. I would also be with Pokemon like I am with animals, basically. I really love animals and not just the, you know, the stereotypical cute ones. I do love cats and dogs, obviously, who doesn't? But I also find snakes to be cute. I used to have a classmate in elementary or primary school who had a... wasn't an anaconda, it was a boa. It was a huge constrictor snake. Everyone was scared, but I was so fascinated by it and I was able to... they put it on my shoulders. It was really heavy, but I wasn't scared because I knew that animal wouldn't eat me. And it was really cute. And I got called insane for calling the snake cute, but it was cute. Also like spiders, which also is unusual. That's why it was always me who had to pick up the spider and throw it out when my mom or my brother or someone else spotted a spider that they were scared of. Just finished the winner's ceremony for the math competition. Yeah, I was about to ask, how did that go? Do you know, or... Are the results still pending? You won? Yeah, I wanna know. I love Latios because Jets and then Mega Jets. I mean, yeah, Latias is my favorite. Still is after all these years, and Latios is a second. Not a fan of spiders, I'm scared of them, but not charging. Yeah, I can see, I mean, it is somewhat human nature that you would be scared of these. I do see how. If I see one, I'll just let crawl around my hand. I mean, I had spiders crawl around my face before, and people were just like acting as if I've broken a world record or something, even though that doesn't, I mean, that's not... Is it really that notable having a spider on your face? I don't think so. Maybe because they saw me as a girly girl having a spider on my face. Usually they would expect me to go, eek, I don't want that, but not like that. Also think birds are cute. If I see a rat or a mouse, I don't shriek. I try to set it outside, so... I mean, I don't want to have wild rats or mice in my apartment, obviously, but I do not kill them either. I could not. There were 40 winners and 18 wildcards who were trained for international. I was part of the 40 winners. Oh wow! Congratulations! Congratulations! You can actually be really proud of yourself, especially because there's international competitors. And usually from, I mean, anecdotal evidence again, but all the people I know who won at math competitions always had they were really intelligent, high IQ and all. That one of these Goliath bird feathers crawl on my face if I could get a girlfriend because of... I mean, oh yeah, these big spiders, yeah, that's on my bucket list as well. Touching a spider like that, I haven't yet, but I wanted to have one as a pet, but my mother would be so terrified. She said, absolutely not. Now that I'm an adult living in my own place, I could, but I don't have the money, so no spider pet. Do have spiders here, but they don't pay rent, but at least they eat some insects here, so. I'm jealous, I suck at math. I mean, I honestly believe that if math was taught to be in a better way, then there would be less people saying I suck at math, because I do believe, I mean, it's a personal hunch that I have, but I do believe that most people aren't as bad at math as they think they are. They just had horrible math teachers. Or they are very visual thinkers, and a abstract approach with just numbers and equations won't work for them. I have helped people like that with trigonometry, for example, or other things, where they didn't understand what sinus, cosinus, and all that was, but when I showed them like animated GIFs that showed the like the relationship between the sinus wave and the circle and all that, then they understood it. It clicked. So I think that's more of a issue of schools not teaching math in a way that most people understand. I don't think that there are so many people out there that are bad at math. I think that's just schools failing, unfortunately. There's a lot of people who think they suck at something, or that they think they're stupid, but it's not true. The best of us are going to the international stuff. I'm not guaranteed to go. You can still be very proud of yourself. Not easy, the math competitions. I remember someone came to our school with a tarantula. Cool. Just left the room, and I think I started crying too. Was that scared? I mean, it is a let's say a primal fear, because it seems to be a fear that is genetically passed on onto offspring, actually. Some fears that we have might be genetic. And I do understand that, because imagine you are a caveman 400,000 years ago, and there's a creepy crawly thing. You're sleeping in the cave and suddenly you feel something on your skin. It's a evolutionary advantage being afraid of that and slapping that thing away as fast as possible. So that's also why I do understand people being afraid of snakes, because again, the caveman the thing again. Imagine you're in the cave and then that poisonous danger noodle comes to you. Of course you'd be scared. I'm just quirky when it comes to things like this. I'm not scared of like most animals, except maybe if I saw a grizzly bear or something like that, then I would be absolutely scared. But I tend to be more scared of abstract concepts. Just like how cats are genetically scared to pickles. Yeah, not really like pickles, but anything shaped like a like a snake. They're snake shaped or vaguely snake shaped, and the brain processes the shape first, and within that time the cat is already going jumps and it's gone. But don't do that though, don't scare your cats. So they'd be scared of Rick Sanchez after he's done the transformation into Pickle Rick, I guess. Still no shiny. No, not like math, but although there are some concepts in math that are terrifying. Yeah, actually, infinity is a scary concept. Very interesting concept. One of the most interesting concepts, but also a very scary concept. Because imagine living for an infinite amount of time. That just gives me existential horror. Or Googologisms. I mean, that's a part of math that I geek over. It's basically the math of very huge numbers. There's even a wiki, Googology wiki, about all of these numbers. And just imagine having to spend a Graham's number amount of time if you Google that. That's a number that's so large that you cannot physically fit it in the universe if you would write it down. Not even if you would take every single atom and write the one digit on every single atom in the universe, that would still not suffice, not by a long shot. Infinity, you mean 0 mod 1? Yeah. I mean, there have been some mathematicians in the past that have gone insane dealing with infinity, so maybe it's not that that far off. But yeah, also abstract concepts like just the apocalypse or things like these. That scares me more. Existential dread. Failure, sometimes I trying to work that out and not being too afraid of failure, because being a perfectionist like that usually doesn't really help you. It makes things worse. So I'm working on that, but that's also more of an abstract concept that you're scared of, or I am scared of in this case. And I'm not really afraid of death per se. I'm more afraid of dying a cruel or unusual or painful death. But, I mean, I am okay with the fact that death will come for me one day, as it comes for everyone. That's just life. No one comes out alive in life. That's just the way it goes, and I'm not a god or anything, I'm just a human, just a amalgamations of atoms that know that they are atoms and that they call themselves Homo sapiens. That's what I am, and I'm just one of many billions of humans that have existed and will exist maybe in the future. And one day it's just gone, then my consciousness ceases to exist. And seeing as I'm not a religious person, I'm an atheist, I think cessation of existence and eternal oblivion is what awaits. But I'm okay, because I already was in that state before I was born, and that didn't bother me at all. So the actual scary thing in this regard is me not knowing when that will happen, and being afraid missing out on certain life experiences. That is more the thing that I'm afraid of. I mean, when I'm dead, then I got nothing to be afraid of, because there's no brain that can be afraid. The thing that is me is then gone, but I mean, that's just, I can't do anything against it. So should I live in fear for my whole life for something that's inevitable? No, that would be paralyzing. So I'll try to make this one existence that I have, make the most of that. Don't believe in infinity. I have never seen an infinite amount of things. Oh, so you're a finitist, which I honestly, I would agree with you. I don't think infinity is real in a certain way. I mean, when in physics, that's where I have more knowledge on that. In astronomy and in physics, if you encounter infinity, usually that means that either you don't know enough or the theory isn't complete. Like with black holes, it is said that they have infinite density, but I don't think it's infinite. Just very high, yes, but there are, like you said, human name, there aren't really any infinite things in nature. I do think that infinity might be something that we made up, is maybe a bit contrived, but it's in the realm of ideas and not in actual. So yeah, I would say I'm also a finitist. Depends, are you also an ultra finitist or are you just a finitist? Because there's just so many groups of these. No heterosapiens, can't believe the straight phobia. Yeah. I'm a heterosapiens though. Believe in our Lord and Savior minus 1/12. Ah, I see, you've seen the sum thing. For those of you who don't know, there's a proof, a mathematical proof. If you sum every single number from 1 to infinity, you get minus a 12th, which is very strange and completely counterintuitive. But the thing is, that number comes up a lot in quantum physics, and there's actually physicists saying that, yes, this is actually the Lord and Savior, let's say. Math is made up. Is math made up, or is it just a very abstract meta of the universe? That's the question that I always ask myself. Is it truly made up, or have we reversed engineered logic of the universe to a point where we can... I mean, that's the question. Is that made up or not? I do think that I do believe that intelligent life exists somewhere in the universe. I do believe it's super rare, but I mean, we are already proof that it can happen, and it has to have happened somewhere. The universe is super large, enormous, so us being the only ones, I highly doubt that. And I do believe that intelligent aliens would also arrive at mathematical conclusions just like we have. So it's a good question. Is it invented? Is it made up? Or not? Is it a theoretical property of the universe, but yeah, just theoretical? Our Lord and Savior, the Riemann zeta function. Oh yeah, about the death thing. That's one thing that I would love to know, whether or not, before I die, whether or not this Riemann zeta function is true or not. Because that would help so much, but I don't think actually that this problem will be solved in my lifetime. Although some mathematical problems have been proven and solved since I've been born. So who knows? Maybe the Riemann zeta function the mystery around that will be proven, but I don't know, somewhat. I doubt that it will happen within my lifetime. Those are like the things that I want to know. Where are the other aliens? How do they look like? But I'm probably not gonna see that within my lifetime. Probably not. But still, it's amazing that we can arrive at these conclusions just by using our brains, even though we haven't seen them yet. Math is a map for the fabric of reality. Yeah, that would be a way of thinking about it that I would agree to. We change math and make new axioms to make more accurate map. Yeah, exactly. That is also how I see math. I don't know if it's invented or not. I don't like calling math made up or invented, but I mean, math is also very abstract, and usually you have other things to consider that don't apply in math, like thermodynamics and other things that we have. Came to the stream for the cosmic infinity math. I mean, my channel name is literally Infinite Omniverse, so shouldn't be too much surprise, but math is a very interesting topic, especially the question if it's made up or not, and what math is. In the twin primes, yeah, that is also very interesting. What's the largest prime number that we're at now? Last time I checked, it was like a huge exponent, like in the larger than a Google, but not as large as a Googleplex, obviously. But it's interesting how they keep writing programs that are more efficient at finding prime numbers. And it's also super interesting to think about that before we even had the very first computers, before Ada Lovelace even invented defined the first algorithms, in ancient Greek, they already could prove that there are infinite prime numbers, which is mind-blowing if you think about it. Just using our meaty, faulty brains that have the strangest ideas sometimes, we could arrive to that conclusion without a fancy computer or quantum mechanics or anything like that. Just the brain that we got, that we evolved over billions of years, came to that conclusion. Ancient Greeks could already prove that, and that's just amazing. And I do think that certain concepts like a god might not be real right now, but they might become real in the future, given sufficiently advanced technology. Maybe something like a god can exist, or something that would merit the term or the name of a god, if that makes sense. What I want to know is how fast we can push aircraft in air to the ground air ornaments. That's also that requires a lot of physics and math, obviously, as well. I mean, those are commercial air jets, but what's going on with the new Boeing ones? The doors keep flying off. What's your opinion on that? I mean, I know that you preferred like jets or military planes, but seems to me as if Boeing is really doing way too many cut costs, and I mean, not surprising given the today's hyper-capitalistic environment that we live in, but at the cost of safety. I remember people saying, if it's not Boeing, I'm not going, and now it seems to be the opposite. If they see, is it a Boeing, then I'm not going. We know there are limitless amount of primes following the 2 to the power of n-1. Yeah. I think isn't that the proof, didn't the original proof use that? Don't remember, but I do remember having that in math class at university, the first proof. Let's see. And also prime numbers are very used a lot in certain encryption algorithms as well. So that's also an area where they could be very important. That's these kinds of discussions are my favorite, where I can nerd out about all these things. I'm very happy human name that at least you're a math nerd, so I can talk about, usually when I say zeta Riemann function, people say what? And they look it up on Wikipedia and say, no. To be fair, it is a lot of math jargon on there, and it is somewhat difficult to explain what it is about, I'd say, to a layman or layperson. Remember to use limitless, not infinite. Yeah, you sound like the math professor that I once had, and I think you would be right, saying limitless would be more accurate than infinite. And I would say, even though ironically my username is Infinite Omniverse, I do believe, I would say I'm a sort of finitist as well. Maybe infinity exists outside the context of the universe. Who knows? But it's literally something we are not meant to comprehend, because our brains are limited. Even the universe that we are in is limited to certain degrees, or a lot of degrees actually. There's no infinite speed. The maximum speed that is possible is the speed of light, so 300,000 meters per second. in a vacuum, to be fair. If you want to go actually, there's tachyons. Okay, yeah, great. There are tachyons, but these are hypothetical particles with imaginary mass. So that's not a normal mass, as in 5 kilograms or anything like that, but a mass that is like a root number, but a negative root number, which usually high schools tell you that doesn't exist, but no, a mathematician would say, oh, those are imaginary, or I prefer the term lateral numbers, but we have never found anything that has imaginary or lateral mass, so that's strictly hypothetical. Then there's other limits to consider. You can't have anything that's infinitely hot. The maximum temperature is nothing else than molecules or atoms, matter. And you have it having kinetic energy, so movement energy, and the hottest thing you can have would be, the hottest temperature would be when the atoms move at light speed, which is not possible. You'd have to input infinite energy, and again, that's infinity again. Usually that's not something you have in physics. So that's another limitation. Limitless omniverse. C is the new infinity. Would also say no to a 2D number line. I mean, you do agree that imaginary, or I prefer calling them lateral numbers, because imaginary just sounds... They're not imaginary. I do think they exist in a way. I mean, they are quantifiable in a way. In electric currents and electromagnetic fields, imaginary lateral numbers appear all the time, as well as in quantum physics in certain areas. So I do believe that exists in a way. There's people that say that imaginary numbers are imaginary, but that's just the unfortunate name that they got stuck with. At least I believe so. It's hard to imagine, yeah, but it's also hard to imagine having -1 sheep, but technically that's possible. If I give a sheep to human name, for example, then okay, I have no sheep, but you could argue of me temporarily having -1 sheep. I would see how you would come to that conclusion. Well, the wildest topics here, but I'm all for it. Especially if the nerdier they become, the better it is, in my opinion. Okay, so I'll be on this route for another 13 minutes, and then I'll change the route. I'll go to route 124. Should I not get the Minun? Hopefully though, because I really do want that Minun. It's not that great of a shiny, it's a bit more, instead of the tips being blue, with the ears and the tail, and the feet and hands, it's teal, like shiny Latios. Teal, cyan, turquoise, whatever you want to call it. I is real, speed larger than C means lateral time, yeah. If you consider that, photons don't have time, there's technically, if you have 0 mass, then no time elapses for you, from the perspective of a photon at least. There's no time. And Stephen Hawking, actually, in his books and his studies, he's talking about imaginary time being something that is outside of our closed universe. If you think of the universe as a closed system or isolated system, that's more accurate. Thermodynamically speaking, he says that outside of universes, there's imaginary time and not real time. Like we know, like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 1 year, quintillion years, whatever, but years, or maybe complex time as well, but he has written quite a lot about imaginary time. It's also very interesting. Would also explain paradoxes, let's say, about what happened before the Big Bang, even though I do believe that question is wrong, because there can't be before the Big Bang, because that's when time started from the perspective of that universe. I need to read the books again. Here's some really interesting books. Quite interesting also that he survived as long as he did, considering that what sickness and illness he had. Yeah, there's so many secrets that I want to know. I would kill to have a view, like be on one of Saturn's moons and just look up and see Saturn with my own eyes in the sky, but unfortunately that will not be feasible within my lifetime. And if it will be, then I will be really, really, really old. Told one of the people in the winner's ceremony to slip imaginary time in one of his physics competitions. I mean, there are actual studies and papers using imaginary time, so. But yeah, I don't think it's really usable within the context of this universe. At least I haven't really seen a much applicable use outside of very theoretical physics. Which doesn't mean that it's nonsense, obviously, right? But that's why I really don't like the name imaginary. I prefer lateral, because they are lateral 90 degrees from the real number line. So a normal Pokemon, non-shiny. I already got multiple shiny Poochinas anyway, so not really looking for another one. Hopefully James can still make it to the stream today. He has friends from Australia, or not friends, family from Australia over, so I completely understand. He usually never sees them, so I'll let him spend time with them. It's already soon 2 hours. Where does the time just go? It just doesn't feel like 2 hours to me. I keep saying this every time I stream, but interesting how that happens. The safari hunt will be interesting in the way that I will not be able to weaken the Pokemon. I will only be able to use Pokeblocks and like approaching the Pokemon, but then it can flee. So the Safari Zone that will spice things up. But there's many interesting shinies to be caught there, so I'm looking forward to that. Fortunately, I don't. I mean, I did have a Phoebus spot here, but I need to find it again on this cartridge because I did do some trainer statistics trade or exchange. So every time you do that, the Phoebus tiles get re-randomized, and I need on this cartridge still. I need to find out which which tile has Phoebus. I already have shiny Phoebus. But actually, the shiny Phoebus that I have is adamant, which is not a good nature. And I will want to hunt another one again. But I think I'll have to do that on Ruby, maybe. Although, when I use the when I use Espeon here with the as a synchronize, I get more frames. I have to go. I didn't have time to show in the winner ceremony, so probably need one. Alright, as always, thank you so much for sticking around. Doesn't matter for how long. And see you next time, human name. And enjoy your shower. Yeah, see ya. Yeah, shiny Phoebus would be also interesting to hunt again on stream. I mean, I already have them, but it's adamant, which is kind of useless. If you want a shiny Milotic. Or Milotic, I'm not really sure how to pronounce the name. Omni can't nerd out anymore? No. I can still, if someone else here mentions something. Well, you can't just... I don't know anything like that. I'm not really that knowledgeable on military planes, so unfortunately you can't be an autist about that. So okay, this should be the last reset that I do on this route. Then I think I'll change and go over to route 124, and then it's gonna be underwater hunts. Should be interesting. Although until now I've gotten only 2 shinies. Let's see how the last 2 hours of the stream will go. Maybe I'll get lucky underwater, who knows. I mean, it all comes down not to luck really, but me getting the 1 in a 60 seconds time frame window correctly 2 times, so twice. I do wonder, I could check this now. So if I use the super rod, it's around 119. I mean, it only shows Carvanha, which I also don't have as a shiny yet. I have the evolution Sharpedo as a shiny, but not Carvanha. Yeah, adamant wouldn't be nice, but I could have a different synchronizer. Let's see, modest. I would get adamant one still. Quirky, that's a bit late. Right, let's test a quirky synchronizer. Oh yeah, that would give me some, alright. How about mild? I have a mild one as well. Now that would give me adamant ones. Alright, so I guess quirky would be better for the Phoebus. Not the ideal nature for Milotic, whatever, but can't really say that I have much choice. Quirky would be a bit earlier than the adamant one, so yeah, I think I'll try that. Once I find the tile in Emerald, of course. Still haven't found it, unfortunately. Got reshuffled. I did find it before, but it got reshuffled because I did the trainer statistics trade and gotta find it again. And once I do, I'll try getting a shiny Phoebus, which I will evolve into a wonderful, beautiful, shiny shiny Milotic or Milotic. I actually have absolutely no idea how you pronounce it. Not 119. Surfing 124, and it's underwater. Yeah, Relicanth. Okay, so with a quirky Synchronize, I would actually never get a shiny Relicanth. That's interesting to know. But with an Adamant one, I would. So keep that in mind. In Ruby and Sapphire, there's no such thing as a Synchronizer. I mean, the ability Synchronize does exist, but it has no outside battle effects like it does in Emerald. That actually, Emerald was the first game that introduced that mechanic. So keep that in mind if you ever want to hunt like I do here. Okay, let's see if this was the correct input. If not, I'll change routes. Okay, so what do I get? What do I get? I get a pooch, but a normal boring pooch. I'm bored, so I'm here. Welcome back, Arch. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Right, so route 124 is here. So I'll fly here. Get the Pokemon that has not only Surf I don't need, but Dive I do need. So let's see what I got until now. Not too much, unfortunately, but still. Okay, so this shiny here, and a wonderful dive ball, and this shiny puzzle that almost doesn't look like a shiny, but I swear it is a shiny. Okay. Right, so, oh, which one had dive again? This one, I think. Yeah, taking you with me. And I do know that some of them have attacks that hurt them. So with recoil, better pay attention to that. That's why I have Francisco with me, using Super Fang. Well, obviously I get a encounter that I don't want. Just like in real life, you are close to the sea and there's always some seagull annoying you. Is it here? Let's see. Yeah, alright. We are underwater. Let's save. And then try for a shiny either Chimchar. Let's try for Chimchar first. So that's frame 200 and no 15,166. I saved. Let's see if I think this is considered to be outside. Let's check. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's start. Hopefully, shiny Chimchar. Chinchou, the evolution lantern, is one of my favorite Pokemon. Be really nice having maybe multiple shiny Chinchou wouldn't mind. And yeah, you can use Sweet Scent underwater. Don't ask me how logical or how that is or how much that makes sense. I guess, I mean, Sweet Scent is air, so underwater that would be air bubbles, gas bubbles. It's Pokemon though, so it's just magical animals anyway. I'm looking way too much into this as always. Something the matter, Arch? Is something wrong? You're using the not so smiley. Hope you're doing okay. Fortunately, I will not be able to stream this weekend, even though I plan to, but I won't be able. I won't have access to my computer. Will be gone a lot of the time, especially during the evening, so fortunately Saturday and Sunday there will be no stream. But the week after that, the weekend, I will stream again, and then it's gonna be the Safari Sunday and Safari Saturday. Said it again. Why do I keep saying Sunday before Saturday, even though Saturday comes first? Yeah, what did Shiny Rayquaza do? Now y'all can see the actual me now. Oh, so you're just not in a good mood without the, oh my god, I'm so happy. I see, but I mean, you shouldn't just fake being happy all the time. That can come across as very creepy. And I prefer people being their authentic selves. Obviously, if the authentic self means being a complete a-hole and arrogant, I will call you out, but that hasn't happened here on my stream. My community, as of now, is very chill. I'm thankful for that. So let's see where it will grow in the future. It's still very, and it's still in its infancy. Still not that much of a big YouTuber. Don't fake being happy. Yeah, that's good, because you're actually happy right now. Well, that's good. No offense, Omni, but I'm never my authentic self. That doesn't have to mean that you're deceitful, because there's still so many people who don't know who they really are. And since you're only 15, right? I mean, that was you, right? Or, I mean, at least you're still young. There's people who are in their mid-20s who still don't know who they really are, so don't beat yourself too much. Don't beat yourself up about that. You still can discover who you really are, and that might change later. I do know people who were a certain way in their 20s, and now that they are in their 30s, they completely changed, because they figured out who they really are. Especially teens that are still in high school with cliques and people being like posing as someone who they really aren't just to get social recognition. And once they're home and not in that social setting, that act just stops. That's actually not psychopathy. That's quite normal in teenagers, so no offense taken as well. It's a normal, boring Clamperl. Shiny looks really nice, but I already have like, I don't know, 10 of them. I was being neutral, but now I'm happy. Oh, okay, then I misread the smiley, I guess. But then again, you don't ask an artist about how someone else is feeling and reading that accurately. That never was my strength to begin with. Especially through chat or text. Sometimes I can't tell sarcasm like in real life, but with text without the \s, sometimes I can't tell. And also pose law, you know. You can't really discern between if something is a parody or a troll or not, or if they really mean it. That's why when people said, yeah, I don't think there are any flat earthers because they are all trolls, and no, there are actually people who believe that, so really hard for me sometimes to correctly predict what it is was supposed to be. The autism doesn't help with a common symptom being not being able to discern irony or sarcasm. Even though some autistic people speak sarcasm as a second language. But yeah, it is a spectrum after all this. If you met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. I've seen backslash s being used as not backslash j, but backslash s, especially on Reddit. But I think maybe it depends on where you are, or like the context, the website you're using it. Because the joking I've usually seen as abbreviated as JK, so just kidding. But maybe that changes, right? There's just so much new slang that also came, like, that's just 4 years old at this point. I do remember there was a time where people didn't say no cap, and yet now that has meaning. That's just how the way language works. But yeah, I'm not really the best one when it comes to reading between the lines with these things or reading body language. It doesn't come naturally to me. I have to rely on the super complicated graph that I basically memorized, which is not efficient, but as it doesn't come naturally to me, I just have to circumvent it like that. The underwater music is something in this game. I mean, usually Emerald music, Pokemon music is good, especially Hoenn. This underwater theme is very iconic, at least in my opinion it is. Should they bring that back, being able to dive in the new Pokemon games, the newer Pokemon games? Or do you think it's not necessary? I wouldn't mind either way, but just wondering what my viewers think. If they feel free or feel like they would share that. Alright, 10 seconds remaining. 5 now. Okay, let's see. No. That is a normal Clamperl. I want a Chinchou. Oh, that didn't register. Do it again. There we go. Those of you don't know, I soft reset by pressing the... I mean, I'm playing on a GameCube right now, using the Game Boy Player add-on with the CD. And you soft reset by pressing start, select A and B. And on GameCube that would be pressing start, select B, A and either X or Y at the same time. Then you soft reset. For any of you wondering this, if you... either the viewers watching right now live or anyone who is watching this later as a video, something that is good to know. So having a sweet center is always good when you do the RNG manipulation. Oh, the tea that I made has now become, like, it's cool now, but, or cold. Or room temperature, but, I don't mind drinking cold tea. Right. Chinchu might be a bit hard to spot at first, but the shiny is a bit more green. It has a greenish tint to it. But the shiny lantern becomes more purple as opposed to the blue. Some of the shinies look very strange when you transfer them to Colosseum XD. Some are wrong, like outright completely wrong. Like the wrong shade of color, but some look even better than they do in the main games. I'm quite disappointed in some of these shinies. Like the Azumarill, I was shocked how, like, they just put a green or a yellow filter over the Pokemon, so it's not yellow shiny like it is in the main games, but it's like a weird green bluish. Like if you would mix blue and green when you want it, like if you mix paint, you get green, right? But they just put a filter over it. It's very obvious. They rectified the mistake. They fixed that in Pokemon Battle Revolution. And I mean, the shinies are transferable to the newest games, so should you ever get a shiny from me, then it will stay as... I mean, some shinies are, in my opinion, much worse in like 3D games than they are in the 2D games. They just faded some colors for some reason. Oops, that was stupid. That was not the right frame. Oh, maybe I hit a other shiny frame, who knows? No, I didn't, okay. I've never seen the \J though. Seeing now I'm seeing the comment again. Trying to think of a instance seeing that, but can't think of that. So drank a lot of tea today. I mean, it's good, right? Never forget to properly hydrate. But nature calls again. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back and 110 seconds left. Alright, that was quick. Me and my brother are playing a game on Roblox. While you're playing on Roblox, I know there's like so many sub-games that you can have in that game. I never played Roblox. I think I was maybe not in the age demographic when it came out. When did Roblox came out actually? Let me check. Oh, it's from 2006 actually. No, I would have been the age. I was 12 in 2006. Yeah, but then again, my dad did not allow me to play internet games during that time, so if he did, then maybe I would have also been a Roblox kid, maybe, who knows. But it's nice seeing that the game still has a faithful community and that people are still playing it, so that's good to see. There's even kids making some serious money in that game. As far as I understand, that they sell items. War Tycoon? Oh, I've heard of that. Okay, this time I will not mess up, hopefully. Okay, let's see. Which frame did I hit? Frame that I warned or another frame? Boring. Wonder if any people have been in my streams and I wonder if any people have used my stream as background noise or listening to stream while they try to fall asleep. I've done that before with some streams, especially streamers that have a very calming voice, or that are just where you can somewhat drift off and yet still somewhat follow. I've managed to fall asleep to the weirdest videos playing in the background, but usually before I wasn't able to do that. When there was some kind of background noise I couldn't sleep, but you can actually train yourself becoming tolerant to that and even being able to sleep with background noise on like a television or a stream, anything. I'm doing listening to a stream while playing. Yeah, I've also done that quite a lot. I usually, when I watch streams, I don't watch them like I would watch a TV series. I usually have them on one monitor or one screen, and I play something or I listen to it mostly, and sometimes I check and I listen to them while I do chores around the house. At least that's how I enjoy the live streams most. No, everyone is different in that regard, but yeah. She's already. Wait, no, I don't. What? 22, 23? So I'm already on this route for almost half an hour at this point, and it feels like 3 minutes. Felt like 3 minutes. My sense for time elapsing is just so different when I stream or when I play video games as well sometimes, or if you're just into something, you just tend to forget time, especially when you're having fun. Then time flies by so quickly. I'll try to make up for the weekends that I haven't streamed. I think I'll stream a bit more during the week then, if I'm able to do so. I know on Thursdays usually that can't do that. Don't really have time on these, but maybe on some weekdays I'll try to be able to stream, and I'll try to get the Sapphire thing running. I can play through Sapphire and using RNG manipulation on that. I think I'm going for a shiny Trico. I mean, I have a shiny Mudkip or a shiny Swampert already, so a shiny Trico would be neat. Right, 10 seconds remaining. Let's see. Do I get my Chinchou this time? Okay. Okay, let's see. That's a Chinchou, but it's a normal one, not a shiny one. So I'll do it again. Oh geez, people sent me like voice messages while I'm streaming. Can't really listen to them right now. I have to do that later. Why do I always get the most interaction with texts and calls when I'm streaming? Is that like some kind of curse? It's getting late. I don't know if James will be able to come. Hopefully he will, but will probably be at the end of the stream, I guess. We still have 1.5 hour streaming. I tend to do the Wild Wednesdays for like 4 hours. So from at least my perspective, 20 o'clock to midnight 0. It's not Wednesday then anymore, so to me at least. So that's when the Wild Wednesday stops. And I mean, according to analytics, that's where most people are online. Seeing as I'm streaming, like I'm in Europe, Western Europe, so most of my viewer base are from the US. And I have to keep that in mind. At least that's what the statistics say. Apparently some are from Germany, but I haven't had a German chatter before. So unfortunately, can't flex with my with the fact being a polyglot there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a flex person. I'm not the kind of person who brags about anything. And regarding that, I mean, it's very normal in Luxembourg being able to know multiple languages, and even so, compared to other people that I know, I'm not like the best. I have a friend who speaks 10 languages, and not even close to that. I mean, currently, I relearning Italian. I started lessons A1, so the first. I actually want to become fluent in Italian, because I do have family there, and it's really like there's a language barrier because my Italian was never good enough, and only some of them speak French, at least somewhat, but I do want to learn Italian at least. Want to go and travel Italy. There's still so many places in Italy I haven't seen yet, and being able to speak the language in the country that you're in is just such a massive help. So I'm doing that. And I also have plans on learning Dutch, because it's so close to my mother tongue, and I already know 3 Germanic languages. My mother tongue, Luxembourgish, German, and English has some Germanic roots, although it's not entirely a Germanic language like Danish or Swedish or other languages are. So I think learning Dutch would come easy to me or naturally. And I like the Netherlands. I like Dutch people. They're super open and tolerant. I really appreciate that. They're not as stuck up as Luxembourgish people are. I really appreciate that, because that is one thing I really don't like about, let's say, my people, my nationality. Because there's just so many Luxembourgish people that are so stuck up and snooty. They think that they, like, just because they got born in one of the richest countries in the world and they have some sort of mild success, they automatically seem to be of the... They are convinced that they're some kind of genius, and if they would be born in Germany or France or somewhere else, they would not have been this or made it this far. They just don't seem to understand that we are very privileged in the world. And I don't know, there's also a lot of Luxembourgish people who, well, like, I don't know, very intolerant. If they don't know it, then it's automatically deemed unnecessary or stupid or not worth their time, which is... Why would you even say that if you don't know what it is? Can't really know that if you don't try. I just have a problem with arrogant people. I just... So frustrating dealing with people like that. My tolerance, or at least my patience, I would rather call it patience for people like this. I used to be much more patient with that, but right now I'm convinced that everything that costs your peace is just costs too much. That's just too expensive. Being peaceful of mind and soul is actually something that's super valuable. And I do value that much more now than I did like a decade ago. Probably the fact I just be getting older or making new life experiences. I mean, you do change as a person, right? Although I do have to say, I would say that I knew who I really was, the authentic me, when I was already a small child. But that is an exception, and like so many things got bullied out of me. I used to sing a lot as a small child, and I got bullied for that, even though I didn't sing horribly. It was just, oh, they didn't want me doing that, and it didn't hurt anyone. But now I'm actually a bit of the opposite that you are, Shiny Rayquaza. I want to be more authentic than ever, and I'm in the process of uncovering some things that are still like inside of me, let's say, and I need to bring them out fully. Also, yeah, I take singing lessons for that, because I don't want to just... I tried teaching myself how to sing like that, but musicians that I know and professional musicians have warned me that you can break or like not tear, but you can ruin your voice if you don't know what you're doing. And that's why I made the decision to enroll myself in singing lessons, so I don't want to ruin my voice. Let's see where that goes. Maybe I can do something with that, especially with YouTube. Yeah, maybe I'll discover something that I didn't know about myself. Who knows? That is the exciting thing about that. And let's see what this year brings. for me, for my personal development as well. Okay, what do we have? That again. Jeez. Oh, more shinies. Come on. I need to hit the frame. Actually, I'll just check one thing. Okay. So, what color is it when I use it here? No, it's black. Okay, so the outside frame delay is used. Okay. I'm getting gangbanged by a dumbass missile drone and an M1 Abrams. That sounds so wrong, but I do know what you're referring to. I return to my funny dragon game. What's the funny dragon game? I want to know. That sounds intriguing. It's called Creatures of Sonaria. I never heard of that. Creatures of Sonaria. Okay. Is that a game where you raise and like breed dragons? It's called Creatures of Sonaria. I had to talk to a YouTuber just to get one dragon. Oh, so you need to know someone beforehand before getting access? Is that how it works? It's not a crypto thing, is it? Because I just googled and like checked some images, that's it. I didn't like read what it is about. But we'll check that out later in detail. What do you do with the dragons? Oh, welcome back, human name. Free-to-play game? Oh, I see. I mean, some crypto games were free to play, but if you want to advance in any way, you need to invest. So that's why I'm asking. And that would cost a lot. Not a fan of crypto by any means. Might as well mention that. There's tons of species made by the developers and you can collect them. Ah, I see. So a bit like Pokemon, I would say. The game is like a creature survival game and there's all different stuff. Right, so a very complex game then. I'll make sure to check that out. Maybe I'll like it. I mean, dragons are cool, right? Automatically. Just needed to trade with a YouTuber for the thing I have. Oh, I see. So you wanted a very specific dragon and you needed to trade? Invest in bead of coin? To the moon! Or rather, to hell. And then it dips. And then the rug pull happens. And then you go to r/scams on Reddit and you cry, why did I lose all of my money? True story. No, didn't happen to me. I do know people from university who have so much debt from crypto investing. Yeah, Chinchu is called Lumpy in German, which is super cute. And Lumpy comes from lamp. And the I in the, like, at the end, it makes it cuter. It's a hard thing to explain if you don't have that in your native language, but basically if you add I or CHEN, Shen, to some things, that makes it cute. It's easy to play, but you have to worry about other players killing you before you grow your creature. I see, so they can kill off your dragon before it grows into a mighty thing, I guess. It's like wolf, bird, dragon thing. I'll send a photo in the Discord server. Alright, sounds cool though. Wolf, bird, dragon. It almost sounds like a some kind of chimera or what is the Greek creature called again? The lion with the scorpion tail. No, I forgot the word for that. The name. There's a very specific chimera, like mythological creature that's basically a mixture of like a griffin and a lion, and it has a scorpion's tail. I think it's manticore. I'll Google that. Manticore. Yeah, manticore. MANTICORE. So I did remember. Yeah, I just named it. Manticore, yeah. I thought that in X and Y the lion would get I forgot the English name of the lion Pokemon in Generation 6, but I thought would be cool if that one got a Manticore Mega Evolution that changes from normal fire to fire poison. But they never did that. Unfortunately, it would be interesting. And since manticores sometimes are depicted with having wings, you could give the Mega Evolution levitate, so that the 4 times weakness to earthquake or, ground attacks would not be a concern anymore. Would be cool. Who knows? Who of you has seen the Pokemon Day thing? We're getting not a Legends game, we're getting Legends Z to A. So very, very old Kalos. Ancient France. Be interesting to see what they bring. I personally hope, and I think they will bring that we get the AZ Floette finally. It's such a cool design, and would love to see that. Also AZ Florges. I really love Florges. And the AZ one, they did program it into the games back then, but it was just unused. And if you had it, it got automatically flagged as being hacked because it was not possible getting the special AZ Floette. Be interesting if they finally, after 10 years, after the original X and Y came out, now they'll drop the AZ Floette, why not, or AZ, whatever pronunciation of the letter Z or Z, whatever. I forgot which one is British and which one is American, but the way I learn English is mostly from American speakers, so my English tends to be more American. Even though I'm not American at all, but it always depends on, my French isn't Quebecian French, but European French, so there's that as well. Yeah, that is not a shiny. For a second I thought I did a mistake, but no. Hope they add number theory in the new Legends game. Yeah, number theory as a mon. What about the missing number? Nah, they're not gonna bring missing no back. Although technically it exists in every game in a way. If you hack in a non-valid number, the game gets forced to come up with something. Usually in the newer game it just makes an egg. That's the new missing no that we have now, an egg. Would you like to see Missing as a canon thing in Pokemon, or would you say no, it should stay a glitch? Because I would see how you could integrate it as a canon thing. Maybe like some kind of Easter egg for very old fans, Pokemon fans like I am. Especially now, since creepy things like back rooms and other weird things are very popular on the internet. I would feel like if they would do that in a good way, that would add hype to the new games. Although I wouldn't say that it's a Pokemon. To me, it's more like an SCP kind of thing. Something eldritch, and you can't describe it. And the thing you have to fear in creatures of Sumnaria Omni. Ah, I see. You are the one destroying the other players' dragons. You're the main predator, so the apex predator then, I guess. Well, then, bon appetit. How do you destroy? Do people have caves where they are, like houses, homes, where they hatch the dragon and then someone comes along and kills it, or how does it work? Want to see mathematicians calling stuff like 0 divided by 0 missing though? Yeah, they call that undefined until now, which actually is missing though is something undefined, right? So maybe they're already calling it that technically. But yeah, missing is probably what happens when Arceus divides by 0. Just joking, but it'd be funny to imagine. Exactly, yeah. It'd be funny, yeah. I'd expect Dialga or Dialga, whatever, and Palkia being terrified of that thing. Anyone else as well, for that matter. Maybe a Giratina would use that for his little games that he likes to play. Play as a creature. Ah, you play as the dragon then. Okay. So you're not a keeper of dragons, you are the dragon. You have to survive in an open map. Oh, I see. I see. So they have to live in fear and hope and pray that you don't show up then, I guess. You can mark territories and make dens, but there's also pre-made dens that anyone can access. Oh, I see. So also territorial strategies are involved. Player-made dens are like special TPs, only some creatures some access, okay. Dragonborn? That's a Skyrim thing. Or at least I think Dragonborn is a general fantasy idea. I mean, in Skyrim doesn't Dragonborn imply you can scream at them, Fuzroda, do that, and defeat them easily, and in other, like in the, if you look at the Dungeons and Dragons rule set lore thing, it says that Dragonborn means that there's some kind of dragon creature in your bloodline, and that's how you're Dragonborn. Doesn't have to do anything with a Fuzroda call or anything like that. At least that's, from my understanding, maybe I'm wrong. There's also just dragons, there's also other creatures like giant sharks. Okay, that is cool. Sharks and also like mammals. Aegon Warden. My mind went straight to Chat Warden, but I don't know if any of you guys remember that meme. That's like a really old meme from early YouTube. Aegon. That does sound like Eragon a bit. One of these 6 to 7 wardens, and I don't know what wardens are exactly, but they are like demigods, I guess. Okay, depends on the lore. See if there's a warden, a person responsible for the supervision of a particular place or activity, or for enforcing the regulation associated with it. Yeah, like a guardian then. You can use nest, but I guess some are mammals. I mean, there are mammals. I know it's a exception, but mammals like echidnas actually do lay eggs. That's because they're transitional species, but there we go. I'm nerding again. I love just saying random facts. That didn't exactly get me many friends back then as a child. I would just be super autistic and approach people and just tell them, did you know planet in Greek means wanderer? And it's because they called it a planet because it was a source of light that was wandering across the sky. And they would just immediately go away. There's a one with a non-one counterpart coming out. The one is calling a Helion Warden. So Helion, not Helion. I guess. Geez, still no, almost an hour on this route underwater, still no shiny until now. That's unfortunate. The counterpart non-warden thing is like a bird called the Fantaris. Okay, that is a cool name. Fantasy, I guess. Jeez, I don't know if you hear that, but there's a dog, some neighbor's dog is barking outside and it's really super late right now. Poor neighbors. Trying to sleep. I get the dog is going to do dog things. I'm not angry at the dog. But starting a YouTube channel with 2 other people on this game and we all want to do video on this game. Yeah, I don't seem to find too much on YouTube here. Oh, didn't register. Let's do it again. Send you a photo of both Warden and birthing. Thank you. Then I can check that out. It's on PC, right? Because I don't know if Roblox or any other of the games. Some games are cross multi-platform and some aren't. Somewhat bummed that I still didn't get a shiny on this route, but still got an hour left, so let's hope that will work out. If not, then it's gonna be for another Wild Wednesday, I guess. Sent, alright, I'll check it out. We call planet Gongusjorna, which means wandering star. Well, that's very very similar then. There's also a very old name or moniker of fixed star, which I absolutely hate when people still use that, because that's just so old and outdated. Stars aren't fixed. They also, every single star system, also our solar system, they also I said also a lot. They have a orbit around the galactic core, so they do not stay at a fixed position. There's not just the Earth year that exists, there's also a galactic year, which is several million years, because it takes a long time crossing that distance when you have a galaxy that's about 100,000 light years across, which is not a lot. There's galaxies that are much larger than our Milky Way. Usually the largest one tend to be the elliptical ones, the spheres, spherical. Space is cool, but scares me. Not blaming you, Shiny Rayquaza. It is somewhat existentially scary, yeah. Human lifetime fixed star. Well, the thing is, there's like so many stars that, I mean, even I took pictures of or could spot that were at a different place like 2 years later, or just 1 year later, especially the stars that are closer, like Barnard's star and the Proxima Centauri, Alpha Centauri, Beta Centauri, all of these. It's pretty easy to spot, and I did that. I'm not really old. I'm turning 30 in April, so that's 3 decades. That's not a human lifetime. Much less, but yeah. You also have to keep in mind that there's a delay because of the way that there's still the speed of light. And the way you see the moon, for example, right now, you don't see the moon how it is right now. You see the moon how it looked like 1.3 seconds ago, because it takes light that long to reach our eyes. And for the sun, it's about 8 minutes. And for the Proxima Centauri, the closest star next to our sun, of course, is that's 4.4 years. So you see into the past when you look at the stars, which is weird and cool at the same time. Hope we end up in an age where space travel is seamless, just like driving a car to other planets. I do believe that, I mean, that is the next frontier. It's not, I mean, there's the problem of the vast distances you need to cross in space. And that's speaking even with light, if you could travel at the speed of light, which you can't, because the reason why photons are that quick, or that fast, is because they don't have any mass. And if you look at Einstein's equations, you pretty much figure out that if you want something with mass, which is everything you and I know except light, you and I, passengers, items, anything, the ship itself, the vessel, that all has mass. And if you want to go at light speed, you'd need infinite energy. So you can only approach the maximum speed allowed by the universe asymptotically. So you can get closer and closer to the actual speed of light while never reaching the speed of light. Because again, you can't have infinite energy. That's just not something that's possible. So you can maybe travel at 99% speed of light, which would still, if you want to go to the nearest star system, which is, as I mentioned before, Proxima Centauri, you would need to travel for 4 years. So, how do you do that? You need to have a ship where there's people living in it, and you need to produce food. And then once you're there, I mean, there's a reason why we don't let astronauts in space for more than a year, because I mean, our bodies did not evolve to handle 0 G. We evolved with gravity of Earth in mind, with the G factor as in the acceleration towards Earth. So you get medical problems when you are in space for too long. And we need to solve that first before we think about space travel. And then even then, I mean, 4 years is a long time, and then you are at the closest star system, where the planets are, I mean, there are planets there, exoplanets, we have found them, we have discovered them, but they don't have a atmosphere like Earth, right? That is very rare. That's a very specific thing that we evolved to live, and you need to terraform these planets, and good luck doing that when you have 3 stars in the system with super irregular, actually almost mathematically impossible to predict orbit. It's called the 3-body problem. So, okay, so that star system might not be perfect, and that's already 4 years of traveling. So that just becomes so much. There's so many issues you need to fix first. And I mean, there's still the idea, mathematically it is sound, and theoretically it is sound as well, the idea of wormholes, or as they are known in science or in papers as Einstein-Rosen bridge. But I mean, how do you open something like that? We don't have the technology for that, and that would require enormous amounts of energy to open one. You don't even know how to open one. We don't have the technology for that. We don't have the energy for that. And you need you need a wormhole alone. It's not gonna cut it. You need a mouth and an end. Basically an entry and exit point. And due to very specific physical laws that I'm not going to much into now, you cannot transfer a wormhole as fast as the speed of light. You need to be like 70%, or else the Cauchy horizon collapses on itself, or something like that. Has a mathematical reason, basically, a very, very nerdy reason. And yeah. So you need to wait, like for example, if I don't know what star system would be interesting. There's a star called Tau Ceti, which is 11.9 light years away, which has a star. The star Tau Ceti is a G-type star, just like our sun. And there are exoplanets there in the habitable zone, so the zone where water can be liquid. But then still, you need to terraform that, and you need to wait at least 11 years to transport one end of the wormhole towards that. And you need to keep it perpetually open, and that requires just enormous amounts of energy, so I don't think that is achievable within my lifetime. That's like a thing for not our civilization, not even a Kardashev type 1 civilization, but that's a thing for a Kardashev type 2 civilization, and we're thousands, maybe millions of years away from that. That would be, I mean, if you are familiar with the Kardashev scale, it basically measures how much energy a civilization uses. We aren't even type 1, we are still type 0. A type 1 uses the energy of the whole planet, so everything the planet has to offer. And a type 2 civilization would use the entire energy output of its host sun, which is also a task that isn't achievable right now. Cowboy Bebop gave that idea, it's really cool. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop has ideas like that as well. Time dilation will stuff feel shorter. True, but you'd still need to travel for years, and we haven't, I mean, like I said before, there's a very good reason why we don't keep astronauts longer in space than a year, because you get problems. You get muscle atrophy, you get digestive problems, you get problems with your veins, there's so many medical problems, and you need to feed yourself, so you need a self-sufficient system in your space vessel. Not saying it's impossible, but because I do believe it is actually possible, but it's like a problem, just like it wasn't feasible for Stone Age humans to build a plane, like a Boeing or an Airbus or anything like that. That wouldn't be possible. But it's not impossible, because thousands of years later we managed to do that. So it's a problem like that. It's a future problem. We have the mathematical groundworks for all of these things. Just like Da Vinci, he predicted, basically, he drew helicopters that are used on Mars right now by NASA. And he predicted and he designed and these things, and he went through the math. But it wasn't feasible back then. But still, theoretically possible means maybe it's an eventuality that we will be able to do that in the future. So there's that. It's not impossible, it's just, as of yet, not feasible, I would say. Aren't there dwarf stars closer than Proxima Centauri? No, Proxima Centauri is the closest dwarf, like the closest star. It also happens to be a dwarf star. In the future, when I'm speaking like thousands, 10,000s of, if not billions of years into the future, due to all the stars rotating around the galactic core, we will get other stars, like some 2 Gliese stars from the Gliese catalog, that will come much closer than even within almost a light year or two. But that's that's not right now. Right now, Proxima Centauri is the Da Vinci. No, Da Vinci. Da Vinci is not right pronunciation. It's he's an Italiano, so you say Da Vinci. The C followed by an E or an I is pronounced sh in Italian, so it's Da Vinci. I know some Americans say Da Vinci, but that's not correct. It really is Da Vinci. And he predicted so many things. It's amazing how intelligent he was. He's probably one of the smartest humans that ever lived. And that's not an exaggeration, because he predicted so many things just artistically and mathematically that we are doing right now. And back then they didn't have the means of doing that, like the helicopter thing that I mentioned. Isn't that amazing? It's like the beginning of the stream when I said how amazing it is that ancient Greeks were able to mathematically prove that there's infinite prime numbers. And that was during a time where there were absolutely no computers, no algorithms, nothing like that. So, also with AI, right? I mean, when you go back in these, like the history of sci-fi written works, people have predicted robots and AI hundreds of years before anything like that could be achievable. And I think that is one of the main powers or feats that the human race is capable of. Conceiving of things that are theoretically possible, but or thinking of things that might be possible. Didn't we already discuss infinity doesn't exist? Yeah, it depends on how you ask. I'm an human name, we are finitists, so we don't believe that infinity is real. I'm speaking from a physics standpoint. In math, it does exist, but Yeah, I mean, theoretically speaking, there's 11 dimensions and not just the 3 that you and I see and experience. But we are 3-dimensional creatures. Our brains are 3-dimensional, our consciousness is 3-dimensional, so we can only experience a 3-dimensional slice of existence. A local one, if you want. And I know that in a way a 4-dimensional me, a 4-dimensional Yana exists. That's just at one point you got me being newborn, and at the other end you got the end of my timeline, me being dead. As an old lady, or hopefully not, that doesn't happen, but oh well, accidentally. And that line would be a fourth dimensional me, but I am a 3-dimensional creature, so I only see the 3-dimensional slice. And I cannot comprehend anything that's a dimensional higher, but when you go strictly from math, they are real. And also string theory, but maybe that's a bit too much. The proof for infinite prime numbers is really simple. Yeah, but still. I know it's simple. I've seen it in math before. I had to actually do the proof myself in a test. It is simple, and yeah, isn't it fascinating how we knew these things for thousands of years? I think that is the fascinating part, that we are able to come up with these things. Theoretically, being able to prove that the Earth is round and how large it is, about how large it is. I mean, the ancient Greeks already had a very good idea how large the sun is, and that's just using trigonometrics, so it's also pretty simple if you just look at the math, but still, it's, in my eyes, amazing that we can just do that with little information. I mean, they didn't have what we have today, and yet they could still mathematically deduce the things that they did. That's just what I find to be very amazing. Didn't the Bible say something about AI? That depends on who you ask, but I have read the Bible. I don't see how the Bible predicted that. But then again, the Bible is written in a way that you could talk and discuss all day what that means, if it's meant to be literal, if it's meant to be interpreted as a figure of speech, not literal, or like a metaphor. Now it's frustrating that people cover up the stuff you can do without calculators. Yeah, you're right about that. You can actually deduce so much without calculators. Maybe people are a bit too dependent on technology nowadays, and they don't really learn the essence behind things, like the deduction process. I would agree with that, human name. There's a lot of people who kind of forget about how much we already knew before calculators existed. Like, when people say, how come so many ancient civilizations built pyramids? Does that mean aliens? No. Pyramids are just mathematically the most stable way to stack rocks on top of each other and have them stay that way for thousands of years. That doesn't have to do anything with aliens or magic, or it's not a coincidence, it's just mathematically ideal. And even other cultures, they already knew so much about math. The ancient Egypts already used Sirius, so Alpha Canis Majoris, the brightest star in the large dog constellation. They already knew, and like they looked at Sirius and they used that to predict like tides in the Nile River. We were much more intelligent back then than people give old or ancient humans credit for. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences for math. Yeah, it does read funny, but I do agree with you, human name. With advancing technology comes a certain kind of learned helplessness, don't you think? And then, because it becomes so convenient using said technology, we don't actually learn the deduction process, like I said before, and how things really work, the logic behind them. Everyone has a computer nowadays, but most people don't really know how the computer works with the gates, the X and OR gates, the bits 0 and 1, how they come together, how that works. Well, everyone uses it. Almost everyone has a phone or some kind of technical device in its possession, in his or her possession. Still no shiny Chinchu. What in the world? Let's see, maybe I'll go for Wellicant first. And then I hope that maybe I'll hit a couple of other frames in between. Let's see how that goes. Well, yeah, I do see what you mean, human name, I do agree. Now we're kind of spoon-fed technology, and we don't question, we don't look behind the thing, look how it works. I'm gonna say Ted Kaczynski was a mathematician and a trombonist. I also played the trombone. Ted Kaczynski, who was that again? Do you remember that? Oh, Theodore, yeah. But wasn't he the like a terrorist as well? So a super smart person who happens to, I mean, if you're very smart and criminally insane, that's super dangerous, obviously. Don't need to explain why. But human name, there is a connection between liking math or being a mathematical person and being knowing or to play a knowing how to play a musical instrument, or being musically gifted, because both involve patterns, right? Or intervals as well. So there's a lot of mathematicians who play music or are educated in musical theory, and vice versa as well. They seem to go together a lot of the times. Maybe the math drove him mad. No, actually, I don't know what drove him to commit terrorist acts, but well, I don't know what made him snap. I just remember his name from his works, his mathematical works, and he was a professor, if I'm not mistaken. So he supervised quite a bit of studies. Don't know what drove him to become a bomber. Just goes to show that there's so many ways someone could become like that. It's what my trombones tutor says about math. About the pattern thing, or being driven mad or insane by math. I don't think he got driven insane by math, though. It doesn't appear to be. But then again, I'd never really read his case. I just know he did math, he was a professor, and he was also a terrorist. He's deceased now, isn't he? Don't think he's alive anymore. I read Ted Kaczynski for the math, the pattern thing. Yeah, but there's definitely a link, and it seems plausible to me as well. Gotta love how they put bubbles in the soundtrack for the underwater routes. Well, fittingly enough, I would have done the same thing. It's time for me to get a shiny. I want more. I should probably pay attention for a bit. He didn't like math even though he was a prodigy. Yeah, you don't have to like math and can still be a prodigy. I've also known some very intelligent people who didn't like math. Still not a shiny. Dang. Still won't give up. Still got 40 minutes left. At least one more shiny. 2 would be even better, but I get what I get. Funny how my human character doesn't drown underwater. She's able to hold her breath indefinitely, I guess. Yeah, he's a math prodigy, but he didn't like math. But yeah, I mean, you can still be very intelligent and not like what you're doing. I can see how that could work or be a thing. Or maybe he was pushed because he showed to be a math prodigy, was pushed to go in math even though he might wanted to be something else, and that might have set him off. I mean, I'm just theorizing here. I'm not, like I said before, I don't know that much about Ted or Theodore Kaczynski. Interesting how life goes, but I mean the attacks are not. I do have empathy for all the victims and their families. I mean, there were times where I lost it as well, but I never did acts like these. But then again, I'm not criminally insane either, so... You can be intelligent and still be somewhat insane. Those people are actually very dangerous. Mostly though, the cliche of a super genius villainous killer is very Hollywoody. Most psychopaths or narcissists are usually on the low end or mid end of this. Not mid end, doesn't make sense, but they're usually not geniuses in terms of IQ. That's just a stereotype that you get from crime novels and the like. Interesting how some things turn out in the end. Now it's pretty quiet. Still got about half an hour and more than ready to nerd about anything. That is, if I have knowledge on it. Obviously I'm not omniscient. Wonder where Billy Nonak is. I wanted to congratulate her for getting a very good result in a psychology exam. Oh! Accidental shiny clam pearls, so there's that. Let's use you, Francisco. Not being smart with my money right now. Are you having impulse purchases? Is that what you're saying? Okay, let's use Yawn. I think I remember what made him snap was when he was in the waiting room on a gender clinic. He ended up wanting to murder his psychologist. Oh, so he was he like transgender, or was he facing some other problems? Like, I mean, gender reassignment therapy is not just for trans people, that's a myth. Sometimes it's also for people who have like men with low testosterone and they want to make it so that it becomes higher again, or things like these. Jeez, just let the people be what they want to be. It's not that hard. Let's try a Premier Ball. Praise be RNGesus, sure, but it's not the shiny that I wanted, but still not saying no. And we got it. Shiny random clam pearl. A very nice shiny, I might add. So let's save, just to be safe. And I mean, the frame that I am looking for gives me a Relicanth, but I've probably hit another frame. Right, let's start again. Hopefully this time it's gonna be either a Relicanth or a Chinchu. Chinchu is such a weird name to say. Shiny Relicanth looks really nice. It's instead of being brown, it becomes like cyan blue. It's really, really nice. He wrote in his journal he wanted to be a woman for sexual reasons, not anything with gender dysphoria. Okay, interesting. So, and they didn't really want to accept that then, I guess, because for you to want to murder your psychologist, that requires like some strong emotions or really strong denial from the psychologist, maybe. You relate to a serial killer? What you want to say? Did you? I mean, you work with animals on a farm, so you probably killed a few animals for food. Or is it just you have a anger or hatred for some people? I mean, that is very human, I have to say. I know this is a very unpopular opinion, but I do believe that everyone has had at least a fleeting thought, like, I wanna you, but almost no one acts upon that. So is it that? I don't think you are actually a serial killer, because that would be very stupid saying that on a stream like that where police might find that out. Yeah. You want to be a woman? Ah, I see. But not as a gender, but you want for these reasons. So you want to geez, am I allowed to say these words? You want to experience the, let's say, female climax, is that it, without being a woman? Are those these reasons? Or being the not as dominant part, because that you don't need to be a woman to be that. Didn't go to a single session, he just became extremely mad at his psychologist for no reason. I mean, who knows what kind of mental illnesses he had to deal with, and yeah, Alright, I see. That's one thing that is really nice about being a woman, I have to say, the multiple climaxes. Can't believe I'm saying that on this stream about with a kids game with Pokemon, but here we are. That's my streams, everybody. We talk about the wildest topics, but okay, so that is the reason. I do see why, but I don't know, being a woman has its problems, I can tell you, as a very, very cis woman. I do think life is much easier nowadays, and it always was as a man. Not saying that men don't struggle with things, there's also very sexist and unfair things happening to men as well, and I feel for them. Also the fact that mental illnesses or depression or anything like that just doesn't get taken seriously when men do it, that's just such a shame. And we should stop shaming men for that. It's just disgusting. We're hurting them. Also, Ted Kaczynski never showed any signs of wanting to be a woman before or after. I mean, sometimes gender dysphoria comes at the weirdest times, right? I know my cousin, I have a cousin who's gay, and his ex-boyfriend is not a boy anymore, it's now a girl. And she was in her 20s, like mid-20s, before she realized, wait, I'm not a very feminine gay man, I'm actually a woman. And now she transitioned, she's much happier, but being in your 20s, that's actually somewhat late, I would say. So, I think my dad knows someone who realized that in her 40s, which is even later. Interesting how that set him off. We are all men or women equally as valuable cogs in the capitalist machine. Well, I mean, with men don't get asked the questions, oh, what about your, do you plan on having children? And when you are a woman or a mother, it's really hard after staying home with your child, going back into workforce again. I would argue that men are seen as slightly more valuable cogs in the capitalist hellhole that we live, but it's not like that's a good thing in and of itself. I just think that we should move away from the model of two people having to work full-time to be able to afford a family. Because that's just not working out. Look at South Korea. Their fertility drops. That's just insane how much the... like, what is it like now? 0.7 or something like that. It's really low. Historical low right now. It's even worse in Japan. But no wonder, because in South Korea is super capitalist, very competitive. Almost everyone tries to get a job in Seoul, like for Samsung or anything like that. But not the. It's impossible for a whole country to work for one company, right? And they also get stressed a lot for. There's a lot of societal stress and importance put on the college entrance exam and just getting a good career, men and women as well. So there's just you're both overworked, and then you come back and you're just way too exhausted to make a child, right? And or have one. So maybe we should change the circumstances for that. Then people want to have children again. True, we need 3 people to work in the family: the man, the woman, and the child. Yeah, the boss baby also already has to have a job. Gays don't need to work. Oh, dang, I should have been born a gay man then. Then I wouldn't have to work. I just could be fabulous and gay and get paid by doing that, apparently. Gays have it hard as well. Still in the year 2024, we're still being scared of people liking their own gender. I've never understood what is so scary about that. GG easy. You don't have to work, Shiny Rayquaza. Apparently. That's a Chimchu, but boring normal one. Let's see if I can get a shiny one. Excuse me. I can't believe that yet another hour elapsed right now. It just did not feel like that at all. It's still weirding me out, even though this is by far not the first time I'm streaming. And yet it still amazes me how 4 hours seem like they are 1 or 2 hours at most. To be fair, every reset here lasts 4 minutes. So 4 hours is 4 times 60. 240 minutes then, and if you divide that by 4, that's 60, about 60 resets that I do. That's actually not, yeah, that, okay, so that does make sense. It's not, 60 resets isn't that much, but to be fair, if you have to wait 4 minutes every time. My Ruby cartridge has one that's just above 1 minute. I'll try to get a time that's even shorter on my Sapphire cartridge. That's one way I also try to get modest or timid Shinies. Maybe I'll manage to get square Shinies, and also with Hidden Power Fire, because you can RNG manipulate for a trainer ID and secret ID combination that allows you to get shinies like that. Also very interested to see which shinies that I got in generation 4, 5 and 6 and 7, which I haven't transferred to my newer games yet. I bet some of them are square. Because you couldn't tell before Sword and Shield came out, square shinies weren't a thing. But square shinies are just a subset of shinies. So, they're even rarer than star shinies. Even though I prefer star shinies, I like the star shape, but wasn't really that much of a fan of the introduction of square shinies, but I don't think it was completely necessary, but I can RNG manipulate for that now. Might try that. It'd be interesting, especially for those of you who might consider donating $1 to me, €1, $1, anything. And then maybe some of you would prefer having a square shiny because it shows, and imagine having a legendary square shiny that does come with bragging rights. And usually I try to the shinies that I get here, I try to put them through Pokemon XD, do the 100 Mount Battle challenge. Then they get a very special ribbon. And said ribbon actually is pretty cool, since Sword and Shield, they get a title when you throw them out. So I think it's something Master of 100 or something like that. So You got that additionally on top of having a cool shiny. And some of my shinies you will be able to breed with the Masuda method because they are German or French. So you can make more shinies with one of mine. Let's see what I got. A Chinchu, but it's a normal one. Boring. And a shiny one. Two genders are racist trade unions. More white than the Triple K Association. And girl boss capitalism. No labor rights, but completely equal pay for the peasants, no matter race or gender. Very interesting. That's my kind of weird humor right there. Usually unions where I am from in Luxembourg don't tend to be racist, and they tend to be a very good thing, but then again, maybe in the, like where you are right now, maybe in other countries. I do know that some police unions, who would have thought, tend to be a bit racist. Not all, of course. Oh, and now that I did have that weird beep background noise, and this time it's not here, so maybe it is a thing of my microphone, that my microphone sometimes picks up even though it's not there. I have a blue Yeti microphone. It's at this point, yeah, I think it's more than 10 years that I've had it, so maybe it starts having obsolescence problems, or I don't know. Hopefully not, because I right now don't have the cash to buy a new microphone like that. US unions were probably more racist than the KKK back in the 1920s. Yeah, I can see that being true. But that's just, the US is a exception with these things a lot of the times. Weird, because you guys are such a melting pot. I would think that you'd get your SHIT together in that aspect, but then again, there's so much historical context that we're not talking about that may have led to that. It's more complicated than just they were once British and now they're racist. Much more complicated than that. Still colonialism, what happened there, where they thought that they were so much superior to all the aboriginals that they slaughtered. Oh, my political stance is coming out again, sorry. But yeah. Imagine being more racist than the KKK. That is quite an achievement. Not a good one. Just because it's an achievement doesn't mean it's good. Please don't be more racist than the KKK is what I'm trying to say. It's pretty hard, but it's like when you say this possibly couldn't get any more stupid, and then some kind of idiot always comes around and proves, oh yeah, it can get even more stupid than that. So I don't even ask the question, can this get even more? Yeah, it can. Usually, yeah. Humans are very good at that. And basically the KKK against the British. I mean, yeah, I know what you mean, you're saying it facetiously, but yeah, the British have messed up a lot of things in the world, absolutely. I hope they find a cure for being British. If only James was here. He's a Brit, so he does find that funny when I make jokes about the British. Why? I mean, the British have ruined so many things in history. They destroyed, they pillaged so many people, they killed, they RAPED'd, they destroyed. They stole basically everything in the British Museum is stolen. So many geopolitical aspects of Africa today. These conflicts would not have happened if the British didn't have their British white noses meddled in within that. So, and that's the too long didn't read version. They are British. That's that's the reason. Doesn't elaborate. Just says because they are British. My condolences. Oh man. Yeah, obviously, I mean, you don't have anything to do with these, and it's not your fault for what your ancestors did, right? Alright, if people want us to stop, why didn't they stop us? You came with weapons and boats, and they had rocks and torches, so... And some people did try to stop you, with varying degrees of success. But yeah, when you look in history, the British have done so many evil things, but honestly, I wouldn't just pin that on the British. Obviously, the colonialism was a huge mistake, and even though I still profit, per se, I profit from being born in a country that profited from that, but still, I can still profit for something and see how disgustingly exploitable it was. we won, so you guys cried. Well, your queen's dead now, and your new king is not looking too good either, so there's that as well. I'm joking, of course. I don't want to incite a dispute or war in the comments, but... Yeah, that's true though, Shiny Rayquaza. Every single culture has blood on their hands. That's just... If you look into history, that becomes really clear. But yeah, so many conflicts that are happening right now. For example, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that, but I'm gonna say it, the Palestina-Israel conflict, that is also because of the British. The British basically went to so many places, put a ruler somewhere, and then they divided the land and said, yeah, that's how it is. Imagine some outsiders that you've never seen before just come to your place and they divide up land and say, yeah, that's how it is because we said so. I'd be angry as well. Bro, we Nordics established London. Who owns London right now? No one owns London. Isn't that the point of being the government isn't owned by one single entity? At least that's the point of governmental, governments. It's not owned by, it's not a totalitarian state, even though you guys have a monarchy, but I do believe that it's not the monarchy who owns the London. Don't think anyone owns London. Then again, maybe they do. I haven't read all the laws and the British Constitution, I haven't read that in full, so I might be wrong. With the blood of kings on our hands, that's it, the Faroe Islands just based like that. Yeah, Luxembourg isn't also that much involved in war. We were founded as a neutral nation, like Switzerland. And I mean, now we have soldiers who are in the NATO, and don't see the point of that, but yeah. Luxembourg also has no colonies, anything like that. We're just a really small little country. So, I can't say the same for Italy, unfortunately. They invented fascism after all, which I mean, it's not my fault, right? But that is somewhat a shameful thing. Tea-stained hands. Oh boy, what have I... there's a war going on in the comments section. But yeah, don't let whatever your ancestors have done define you. as you are right now. Although I must say my ancestors were really based. All of my 4 grandparents fought against the Nazis in some way, so I can be proud of that. And I am. Jeez, already like 10 minutes left. Till now we got a shiny clam pearl, which I already have, I don't know how many of. Hopefully I still get the Relicanth or a Chinchu, any of these two. I want to start a group of people who target specific things, at least the right things. Like, what would you like to target? Island in the middle of nowhere, a guy gets born, guy and his friend goes to Norway, killed the monarch, refuses to elaborate. Yep. Okay, so got only 2 Relicanth frames. Let's see what I get, like in general. A lot of frames. So 15,228. This is 0. 0 is a... That's a Clamperl, alright. And encounter slot 2 as well. 2 and 0, alright. 1 would be a Chinchu. So I might hit another Clamperl. Target places like factories for war supplies in Russia or wherever Palestine is destroyed by right now. Yeah, that is just an atrocity. I know you find war interesting, but I would wish that we wouldn't even have the need to use weapons. Imagine having to explain to advanced aliens, explain that we are our own worst enemy and we might destroy ourselves in the future for some stupid imaginary made up reason. That's why they don't visit us. Like 10 seconds left. The indomitable human spirit, yeah. Don't do that, you should send factory owners messages like, would be a shame if something happened to your family. Yeah. It's not the factory workers who are at fault. The one owning the factories. That's an Italian thing. Not denying that. Should just take over 24% of their factory. That's a very oddly specific number. Why 24%? Did you just invent 24? Did you just make that up, or Why specifically 24%? Now I need to know. Because that's how much of the world the British Empire colonized, roughly. Okay. Is that 24? Is it now a bit more? Could be wrong. Just like trade unions should work, you should send the owners a message containing would be shame if something happened to your family. The Italian union way. Yes, you invented 24%. Thank you for inventing the number 24 and inventing percent. That's very helpful. The inventor of 24. Praise Shiny Rayquaza. Yeah. Remember when the universe didn't have 24%? That was so dangerous. I'm so glad you invented that percentage. That was a very good contribution. Back when whoever was making digits, I put 2 and 4 together and told them it's a value and explained percentages to them. How honorable. Thank you for your service. The universe needed that. But then the British ruined it. Always those silly Brits. I'm joking, by the way. Don't take this too seriously. Of course, yeah. I might mention it because you never know. People do take things out of context and then they gush over things that are really not a problem at all. Can't deny being silly? Nah. That's just being human. Can't be serious all the time. And we're here to have fun, aren't we? Look down to the lowlights who believe in numbers between integers. Oh, you're not just a finitist, you're also like that, I see. Also, Arch said I'm bad at flirting and that hurt. Oh, Arch, what did you do again? Don't be mean. Alright, let's see if that's it. If not... let's see. Okay. Right, I'll do one last reset. Hopefully this will be it. Let's see if I get one last shiny. Any predictions? Any guesses? Flirting is your hobby? I can't determine if your flirting is good. We only need the number 42. Oh, excuse me. I'm getting tired now. 42, the meaning of life. The answer to the universe, life and everything. Well, you also need a towel, apparently, according to Hitchhiker's Guide. I invented the number 69 as well. What an honorable man you are. Trust me, Omni? Yeah, I trust you. You made our SEX life so much better with that. Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm good at flirting, but then again, I didn't really need to flirt. I got pretty lucky, and my first real boyfriend is now my husband, so I usually stay away from discussions like that because I didn't really have to try hard to get a partner. So I never really had to learn how to flirt. At least verbally. Maybe the hips that don't lie could flirt, if you count that as flirting. But actually it's very funny. So many men, when I talk to them and then they ask me, okay, why are you flirting with me? And I'm not flirting, I'm just being very kind and just friendly. So many people mistake being friendly with flirting. It's not a flirtatious person. I'm just a nice person. Or at least I try to be as friendly as I can. I like to treat people as I like to be treated. The golden rule. Very classic. Classic, the king of horny. Some random Discord server and the title they gave me. Well, wear it with pride then. Just learn to be smooth with my words. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good if you're able to do that in your teens, right? I would say or wager that most teens aren't really... I mean, I don't expect teens to be good at flirting because you're still super young and there's so much that you haven't experienced yet. So maybe you haven't really found yourself yet, what you like, what you dislike. So I don't expect them to be good at flirting. Yeah, I'm not a flirtatious person, yeah, exactly, person, but some people mistake me being friendly with me flirting, which no, I'm not flirtatious, I'm just friendly. My smooth lines find their way into anyone and everyone's heart. How romantic. So it's easy for you to get a partner then? If you say you're successful at flirting or good, I would assume. Alright, it's 10 seconds left about. Let's see if this is the final reset is the shiny that I'm looking for. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Let's see. And sadly, no. That's unfortunate. I just entertain a lot of people. Oh, I see. You're that person. Alright, I see. What kind? Well, if you already like that 15, then congratulations. Some people don't get, like, they never arrive at that stage. But, yeah, I like live and let live. I'll let people be what they want to be if they don't hurt anyone. And, yeah, unfortunately, this is it for the Wild Wednesday. So what I gotten until today was not so many shinies, but still, Electrike is nice. The Dazzle I did get, and a shiny Clamperl. Why not? Let's see how next time will go. As I said, unfortunately, will not be able to stream this this weekend. But I will try to stream the weekend after that. Then it will be the Safari Hunt. So Safari Saturday and Safari Sunday. That will be fun. And hey, there's a guy swimming. And yeah, then there's also Wild Wednesday, next Wednesday. So, like always, thank you so much for being part of the stream. Always very good seeing people returning. Makes me happy. And yeah, I just force people to listen to my math lectures. Believe me, human name, I have absolutely no problem with that. I am a Googologist that's already super nerdy. I can't really talk about with anyone about that, but I'm all for the math lectures. dropped the math floor on me. I like it. Right, so yeah, as always, was fun. Very fun. These 4 hours just went by like they were nothing. And see you next time. Good night and bye bye.